Here's the list we'll be playing for tonight. Um, I started one match last night already, but so we're 1-0. But we're playing the third Mind Break Trap because there's a lot of combo in leagues. We're playing against Rexed. This is like a mode of 5 already because you have an Archon and a second Cradle. So, yeah, easy mulligan, I think. This is fine. I don't know what they're on, nor do I care to check. I think given most matches, we're gonna put the Arbor on the bottom anyways. The likely play here is we're on the play. Turn one Reclaimer. Turn two probably either Shepherd or Birchlore, and then lead mana up for the Cradle. There's a chance we just play out everything as well, depending what they do. Playing Reclaimer turn one gives the option to rotate for Arbor if need be. Very good if we draw like an Ash Order or something. Or a Glimpse, actually, it makes it better. Because with Natural Order, you want to just play out everything as well. And then your guy's Cradle is like ramp. So the good thing is, for those of you who tuned in last night, I I didn't want to restart the stream in the middle. Maybe you guys don't want to see my face, but I couldn't get the webcam working for the first match, and then I just did without the video afterwards. But if you guys don't want to see me, that's okay too. I can turn that off. Choose it to shuffle. Okay. Um. Hmm. We have a turn two collector oof if we want it. I do not know what they are on though. If they are on some kind of storm deck, then that might be good. I think I'm just gonna tap out for a visionary. I'm not gonna bother looking what they're on. So the nice thing about this is this has lethal regardless. I think given that we have lethal here, we can just get the Wirewood and then see how they react. The Wirewood hedges in case they're not what we think they are. They could be on Omnitel based on that. And because of that, I'm gonna bounce the Visionary. I want to draw into a natural order and kill cleanly because, um, oh, that's pretty good. Would we be? Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Runcor. I probably should have done that. That was a mistake on my part. Yeah, so I think the correct play there is to get the second Shepherd because it's redundant. Uh, all right. there's a couple ways we can bail ourselves out of that misplay here. Like if we draw a crop rotation, that should be game. We also have we also have um yeah, this is the two crop rotation. So I didn't think it through, but yeah, that would have been lethal if I got the second shepherd because I get that makes it redundant. I'm trying to not. I'm trying to. We can get the Archon on sorcery here, and that's pretty good as well. And it would be protected. I think I like that. Uh, we could pop off the second glimpse. The problem is if we fizzle, we can give up the win. Is my concern. I think they're on show and tell. Like this mana base looks like show and tell. Omnitail specifically. It's a slight hedge against sweepers too. Sort the terminus, for instance. Yeah, the fact that they conceded to this sorcery here tells me they're probably on Omnitail. Like, why else would you concede? So we punted and then unpunted. Yeah, they actually should not have conceded there because that confirms our belief that they're on Omni. The traps are actually decent against Omni. I'm up to three now, which I never thought I would be playing, to be honest. I actually just picked up the third trap on Moto. Hey Brian, I'm streaming right now.
Oh, well, quick question. Want to go brunch on Sunday morning?
Sunday morning, it should be okay. Yeah.
Look at me, you, Jonathan, I see all that shit. Bring whatever.
Okay, sounds good.
Bring. All right.
Okay, bye. Later on. My buddy Brian from NorCal. Well, he grew up in LA with me, but he's a dentist there at the moment, and I think we want the trap actually, the choke. Yeah, I think right now there's just like nobody seems to be playing around Mindbreak Trap anymore. And I I think it's pretty good. So I think this is what I want. Let me just double check my map. Uh, I don't think you want Gris against Omni because they're gonna win if Show and Tell resolves. You're not gonna get another turn in general. Yeah, I think this is fine. Uh, they have Euro. I don't think I'm afraid of that. I think that's too narrow, Run Core, personally speaking. Uh, Let me think. Oof. Yeah, this is the so general rule of thumb, right? There's like a mode of five already. Not really what we want. Hey Josh, how's it going? So Josh here, I've followed Josh on Twitter, who's a good Elves player as well. He's a big Giants fan, and I hate to say it, but the Giants look like the best team this year in baseball, Josh. I hate to say it, but I think it's true. I think this is key. Yeah, exactly, Roncourt. you can't just like bank on what is it called? Try to mold a Thoughtseize because sometimes they keep a reactive hand too. Like there's what's called a range of keeps that are possible. Like you have to know what they could possibly keep, and then based on that, I mean I don't know much about it to be honest because this is more from like poker, but just from heard from my buddy Jonathan Zhang, you know, um, I think we lead with the shepherd. They don't have removal, so there's no way to get punished, and then that unlocks the rest of our hand. Um, it's debatable whether we want to fetch or not. Like, I think we do probably, uh, because it's highly one deck thinning is like really important, and two, we're not gonna need beyond one fetch for the arbor if need be. Oh yeah, I that's a good thing. I didn't look at the upcoming schedule. I tried my chance at LCQ. Try to sneak in the back door again, but unfortunately, I went 4-1 in both of them. So didn't quite get there, but at least that's value. I've put them on Omni just because they conceded once we did name Archon and Sorcery as well. This is a little bit awkward. I think the correct play here is to play the Heritage and use the fetch for an Arbor, and then try to combo next turn. The once was not a good top deck there, unfortunately. Like once is really good turns one, and it's really good in the late game. You don't really want it like turn two or three, unfortunately. And I mean it does happen, but the percentages are low. All right, I better lucky than good. Uh oh, nice, perfect. Are you moving for? I'm assuming school, right? I think I remember you getting into UC Santa Cruz. Josh, is that accurate? I apologize if that's not. So our opponent. Oh, okay. So good memory, yes. Conceded. I mean, better lucky than good, right? We didn't really do anything. To be honest, we actually made one mistake in the first game too. So I'll take it. Like we punted, we had the kill, and then we like didn't, and then we recovered with the not quite wrong court. The first win was from last night. I just started a league and I just like because I didn't want to end on a sour note. So I played one match and what's it called? I ended up winning against Lance. I can review it. It plays out the way you think it would. I lost game one. They had a fast like exploration Mox Diamond hand. And with Loam. So didn't really have a chance game one. And then game two and three, uh, like I'm pretty good at. I've gotten pretty good at playing in the face of Tabernacle. So one of the tricks that you can do is like Tabernacle trigger on the stack on the Arbor. You pitch the Arbor for a Cradle, and then eventually the Cradle pays for everybody, right? Okay, this is the mirror. I recognize this username. Unfortunately, they're on the Neto version, so they're a slight favorite. We're on the play. I think we have to keep. I'm gonna keep this for Arbor. It's not the best. Ideally, the Cradle's another creature, like a Ranger or something, either Virtual or Queen. But yeah, so they're on our White Splash It looks like. It looks like the white splash I champion has become pretty popular in both builds now. Um, we are not quite there. Are you gonna try and try what we talked about with STP? That's a good point. I think for the purposes of this stream, why not? Like, it doesn't hurt. I don't think. We're not quite there yet with this combo, so I'm just gonna grist and plus for more mana. The good thing is we mill the land at least. And we got rewarded actually for not using the fetch there, right? Because we drew the one of card that we don't really care. The mana for the cradle is way more important at this point. So the debate was we can actually leave the fetch and get an arbor or a grist. I think the grist is a better play because one, you're more mana efficient, and two, you actually double ramp with the cradle because you're making two creatures. This opponent, well, it could be them or it could be somebody else. I don't remember. There's one opponent that I in the mirror that always turn twos me, and I can't remember if it was this opponent or not, but they somehow always have it. I think we have to go now. It does, but like the percentages are low, but it does happen. Like, man, I did not want to draw that. I think we're gonna plus here. Yeah, see, unfortunate, right? If we did it the other way, but nice. All right. I'm trying to see. That's. I think we have lethal to be honest. Um, that's gonna dig us two more and get us to 7 mana. Hold on. That's gonna be, yeah, 7 mana for the cradle with two floating. Go to one. That's a good point, Romario. I don't think it's 2080. It's more like 4753 in my opinion. Like, and my record is like above 60% in the mirror because it's not. This is not really what matters most of the time. It's like whoever has natural usually wins. Okay, let me just make sure the math is right here. The Revisionary is gonna dig us too deep. Um, that's gonna get us to 7 creatures, and then the 7 creatures is down to 2 mana. I'm gonna pop one for the crop. Plus 7, so 3 is lethal already. Yeah, I'm just making sure. Sometimes I just like want to have fun, right? Like, but yeah, why not just go lethal? There's no reason to, even though it's fun to draw cards. There's no reason to give away a win if you already have it. Not to mention you conceal information. This is the power of crop rotation, by the way. Uh, like crop rotation was +6 right there, right? Not to mention with this version, if you run 2 crop rotation, you actually can turn 2 people now. Again, I played this version earlier this year, and I did get to turn 2 people because what you do is you need heritage and you need heritage you need essentially heritage plus crop. But what you can do is you can start chaining crops during the the glimpse chain, and then you can eventually hit the natural order. It's pretty sick when it happens. Let me see chat. Yeah, I don't think it's 2080 by the way. It's like 4753, and if you play tight, you're probably favored. Um, One thing that we brought up in the Discord channel was the usage of Swords of Plowshares. Uh, I think there's a debate for that, and there's also a debate for the Mind Break trap. Like, Let me see how many cards we can bring in. We can probably bring in a good amount. Did the bog already go out? Yeah, it did. I think the swords can slow them down. So let me see. We can probably go down, to be honest, to like one visionary, one wirewood. That's typically not what's deciding these games. Um, and then we can play the four swords, I guess. There's an argument to be made from Mind Trap, but Mind Trap is not the best against like a natural order, like turn three. Like they play their dudes when you're gonna do not Mind Trap one of them, and then I think I like this. If we're gonna try the swords, might as well go all in and see for science how it plays out. Like if we lose because of it, so be it. Like we're not favored on the draw anyways. Yikes, that's horrendous. I guess we'll see it in action here. Hey, Premium Plum, how's it going? That is a slow start. I don't even think we care to swords it. Yeah, I question their keep, to be honest. Did they mull? No. Like, why would you keep that hand? Um, I'm like debating whether to block here, to be honest, because we don't have a kill for a while. I almost like it actually to block. Like this is gonna be a grindy game, and we're just gonna try to get the 4 mana on Archon. That's not a turn three natural order though. Is my point. Like the hand that they played out felt really slow. Like if you have the turn three with the glimpse, yeah, I don't know. I seems slow to me. So barring a Birch Lord, their chain ends here, or I guess a Ranger is okay too. We unfortunately Model 6 and, did not hit a second land. I think we have no choice but to swords the symbiote here. Well, actually, we might just be dead, right? That's a lot of damage. I think if we had hit a land, that swords looks a lot better, actually. I don't think it's the worst. We just got a little bit unlucky there with the, what is it called? Not hitting a land drop. But I don't think we can go to 5. I mentioned this in my Discord. I think the matchups where I like Nettle Sentinel over over other things, for instance. Like for instance, I think one narrative that gets put out there is it's Nettle Sentinel versus Reclaimer. I don't really see it that way personally, because I think Reclaimer is the best creature in the deck, and I think Nail Sentinel is the worst creature in the deck, so I don't really think that's a good comparison. I think if I wanted to play Nettles, I may like cut the Queer Rangers or something else, but I don't think I would cut the Reclaimers. I think it just does too much. All right, we're dead here. Concede. The matchups where I like Nettle Sentinel is the Mirror, the Belcher matchup if you're not already dead. Yeah, it's just a combo card. The problem is like it's actually a 3 card combo too. Like it's that plus Heritage plus Glimpse, or 4 card combo with that plus Heritage plus Visionary plus Waterwood. So like if you're not combo, it doesn't really do anything. It's not what it once was in terms of a 2/2 beater, because the creatures are just better now. Like, and especially in the face of a Plague Engineer or like a containment, not a containment, sorry, like a Plague Engineer, you can't even attack into it. It can be the nuts, but again, like it's a 3 card combo, right? Like you need Birch Lore Nettle plus Glimpse, or Birch Lore Nettle plus Visionary plus Wirewood. So either one of those two permutations. So yeah, I like it against like the Mirror, obviously, because neither side has disruption. I like it against Belcher, or like things that kill you turn one, decks that kill you turn one, if that don't use a graveyard. If assuming you've lived long enough for it to matter, then it can be relevant. But aside from that, that's generally where I like it the most. So the most relevant being, unfortunately for us, the Mirror. I think we don't like the swords on the play. We just want to be fast. Argument for Mind Merge, I think it's like super high variance. I'm just gonna play the percentages. Yeah, that's fine, I think. We're gonna go turn one Bayou, and then hope we draw into like natural order disruption. And even if we don't, Green Sun's not bad off the top. Visionary's not bad. Reclaimer unlocks our mana with Cradle. Now that Romario mentioned it, I bet you we're gonna get turn two. Yeah, there's lower engine. So that's the other thing about Nano versions, right? Like, it just completely falls apart, like in the face of Engineer. Containment freeze is like pretty bad too for that version as well. I think, to be honest, I don't think that's the real reason. I think if you look at the latest MTG Goldfish results, Nettle builds have not been doing too hot for a while now, and I think it's because of a couple other things. I think the creatures are just better because of Modern Horizons 2. So the grinding plan is not always going to get there like it used to be, which is like pretty solid in the Nettle version too. The grinding plan. I think two, like almost every deck is gonna kill you turn one or two, or they have a ton of disruption, or both. Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna get turn two now. Oh, I think what was I gonna say? I don't remember off the top of my head right now. Probably another nettle. What? All right, so natural order is like almost likely gonna be in their hand. We gotta get a little lucky here. Natural order off the top is like not bad. Um, actually, we have to do it the other way. We're probably dead, but there's not much we could do, right, about that. Mm, I guess we can thin. The alternative was we mull the opening seven, but then you're looking specifically for a natural order or Thoughtseize hand. I think it was worth it to keep. We just didn't draw well off the glimpses all. Sorry, I have another phone call. Hey, what's up? I'm streaming at the moment.
You're what?
I'm streaming at the moment.
You're stringing?
Yeah.
Wait, what's that? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
I'm playing I'm playing Magic Online right now, but I'm like broadcasting it. What's up?
Oh, you're streaming.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
damn, dude. Man, I might back go do your thing, boss.
What's
Go
up?
do your thing, dude. Hey, what's the plan for VDip this Sunday?
I'll text you afterwards.
All right, for sure. Thanks.
He said meet on Sunday though.
I know he called me. He called me to invite me.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know the details beyond that.
Wait, I thought you're planning it.
No,
Okay, that's what he said. The heck?
no. We'll discuss it. What's it called? How about like later tonight? I'll text him because I as far as I know he was organizing.
Okay, just give me a call. I'll be available tonight.
Okay.
All right, thanks, boss.
All right. Later on.
Later, bye.
Bye. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. Like I've been getting like turn two all the time from this deck lately, and the percentages are low too. Yeah. So Josh said the exact same thing. Like we would be like you have to evaluate like I mean I okay. You have to evaluate like what would happen if Neto Sentinel or Reclaimer or something else, right? Like we would still be dead because we just didn't draw well off our glimpse. Like that's you have to diagnose the real root of the problem, not the symptom, so to speak. Yeah, exactly. Run court, like they had the better hand. That's what it comes down to. And we took, we had a decent hand that was like speculative. I don't think it gets much better unless we mull two natural order essentially, which is like the best card of the matchup. But like they didn't win because of the Nettle Sentinel. They won because their hand was just better than ours. Like if this was a Reclaimer, they still win anyways. Like I know people are not gonna want to hear this, but this card aside from like having to go off that specific turn and hitting exactly what you need on the glimpse chain, it's often win more. Like, and I know people are not gonna want to hear that, but that's the reality. It's it also makes it easier to play. So that's the other thing. That's what I was gonna say. Like, I think the main reason why Neto builds will always be popular is because I think this version is very difficult to play, and like it's not just a little bit harder to play Reclaimer. It's like almost doubly hard because the lines are not very intuitive because you have things like you have to preemptively fetch the opposite land of what you want to pitch and things like that. um, so yeah, I think Neto's the thing is like it makes it so you can just focus on comboing. So like if you're just picking up the deck and you haven't played Elves before, it's gonna be a lot easier. But my experience is with the people I've seen, for instance, pick up this deck is if you go straight to the Reclaimer version, it tends to be more beneficial in the long term because what happens is if you play the Neto version first, you'll have more success immediately because the learning curve is not as high. But you become a little bit reliant on it, and I don't know how easy it is to make the transition to the Reclaimer version after you become reliant on the mana generation of the Glimpse chain through Neto. But yeah, the Neto plan is a lot easier for like that is 100%. I think everybody will agree on that. All right, so they are typically on these like artifact, um, Mystic Forge type decks, Susurrus Magic. So that's the thing, yeah. So Runcore said it too. Like, yeah, I think as long as you don't get discouraged, the transition is not too bad. Like, shout out to Josh who made the transition. I think Josh played the Neto version before. I like Decent if he's on. He's made the transition, like fairly successfully. Even Fluffy 21's picked up the Reclaimer version, and he's played the Neto version for a long time as well. If you're not stuck in the I have to combo mindset, then I think it becomes a lot easier to transition. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a tough task if you start with the Neto version because the people I know like George, sorry, I'm gonna pronounce it correctly. Yorg, he goes by Aaron Relentless. Levi, Leviathan 102, and like who am I forgetting? Jax, who started straight with the Reclaimer version. The learning curve is much higher, but what they did was they asked a lot of questions directly to me that helped the learning process. I think it's much easier to go from Reclaimer to Nettle than to go the other way because a lot of times you become reliant, I think, on the Nettles to help you during the Glimpse chain. Is my personal observation. I don't know if that's true or not. It's just what I've observed. It could. So we don't know if they're on Echo of Aeons. It could have been correct just to play the Guy's Cradle. In hindsight, I think maybe you want to do that to hedge a little bit. Oh, actually, that's great for us. I should look at their seven. That was a mistake on my part, not looking at what they exiled. So they're on Serum Powder. We knew that from the exiling. Um, I, d- I wonder if they are on Echo of Aeons. I suspect not, but we don't have the ley lines anyways, so we don't have to guess. So, Josh, I want to ask you, since you're in a unique situation, who made that transition? I think you played the Neto version before, but I could be wrong. What helped or didn't help from transitioning from the Neto Sentinel to the Reclaimer version? Thank you for the follow, JR. So XJ Cloud has been killing it with DNT, and if you're not on Yorian for DNT, I suggest you play that because I think that's a stronger build based on what I've seen. Probably still want the wasteland. Let me check my sideboard, guys, quickly. One nice thing about the sideboard guard is if you do your due diligence ahead of time, you don't have to think during the actual matches. You can just reference it. Okay, that's fair, Josh. I mean, if it comes to you later on, like, please chime in. I would love to know like what helped and what didn't, because I mean I made the transition, but I also like made it a long time ago, so it might not be as relevant now. Like when I first started experimenting with Reclaimer, like I did play Nettle Sentinel for a very long time, and even the most combo of builds too, like for Nettle, for Birchlore, for Heritage. I think that is a good point that Josh is making. Like not autopiloting piloting is probably the biggest thing, because you actually have to think about the differences, because Reclaimer actually opens up a lot of new lines, which makes it harder, but I think gives you more what's the word I'm looking for, agency. That okay, that is a great quote. I'm gonna, for those of you who are let's call it. So Josh, please add that to the one of list of commands that will pop up, like the force of negation. Uh, Learn to play, not just to play. So that I love that quote from Josh. Keep. This has a one protection speed. Yeah, so not autopiloting is probably a big thing. Like I now that you mention it, like you become too reliant on the Nettle Sentinels, and then that's how you go down the you aren't able to win without it, so to speak. All right, I don't know what's going on, but so I'm glad to see the one and only Dave Cedrus, aka Mental Misstep, in the house right now. So they Mental Misstep is a very good Magic player. Period. Okay, how do I get to the next page? All right, there you go. There you go. There's our first. Learn to play, not just to play. So like you, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like it's a lot. It's not easy to pick up this version. Like there will be growing pains, and I would suggest, if you really want to learn this version, to play at least like a week straight. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. But it's much more control deck, or mid range slash control deck than the other version. So I think we're playing against DNT right now. I think this is fine. The DNT matchup is significantly harder game one now. Like, and the reason being is because of Solitude. Um, you Unfortunately, like they have the removal density is way higher. So what happens is uh, they can afford to just like play Solitude aggressively, or Skyclave and Swords aggressively, which they should be anyways for those cards, and then hope to get to GT. And then a lot of times, especially since you don't always have artifact removal game one. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, right? Like the aggressive turn one Solitude. So I've been losing a good amount of game one. I think game two and three is like still pretty favored. Oops. I think I'm just gonna leave with Shepherd because it makes one mana with Cradle and hope they draw um, another creature. If they had swords, they probably would have used it. Oh, that's quite annoying. I think it's favored still, but just not as lopsided as it once was. Um, we had the opportunity here to we have the opportunity here to yeah, Gristom. Sorry, oops. I'm gonna attack first. If they want to block, then be my guess. But I think we're gonna play around like Skyclave. Yeah, yeah. I recognize Lunel from the Jason Murray in the from our chat. Jr. So if you plus here, that's like decent. But the problem is if they Skyclave you, it's gonna feel real bad. So I think you just do it preemptively here. Like our hand is not gonna it's not gonna it's gonna have a hard time being a Skyclave here. So what did they pitch with the? Okay, they pitched a Thali. The other reason why this matchup is a lot better for DNC now is because Solitude turns their former blanks, like either Thali or Flickerwisp, into a Lotus Petal, right? Like this is a source of Plowshares, and now there's a zero mana source of Plowshares. I mean, to be fair, I think we fight side by side, right? In the in our crusade against the blue decks. So the other reason why Gris is strong, right, is the interaction with Cradle. I think we're just gonna glimpse for value here. I think we're just gonna do that and hope to hit it. Yep, we got rewarded there. It's definitely correct to hold the glimpse, but I think let's see. Let's do this first. We get rewarded if we draw into the crop rotation there. Oops, cancel. All right, I think we're in a pretty good spot now. The only thing we're probably scared of, and it can't even come down this turn, is a Jite, and we have like some defense for that. I think this game is probably over. So Jason is going to take down our Gris, which is the correct play, right? Because every turn that Gris stays on the field is plus one mana because of the Cradle. Yeah, so Run Core said it. Um, so they're going to port us here, which is smart. But I think we're going to be able to generate too much mana with the Heritage Druid, which is this card's like one of the most broken cards in this matchup. Every once in a while, you get rewarded on a port activation if you have the Once Upon a Time, but not here. I'm, yeah, you could do that, but I don't. Shepherd is typically not what matters in this matchup, in my opinion. Okay, so we drew a turn late. Yeah. So if JR is still listening, I know people talk about the history of Elves and D&T and like how it's a lopsided matchup. JR used to kick my butt when he was on the Zerda deck, so for whatever it's worth, he got his payback against me. Here is like the boarding is pretty straightforward. You want the Progenitus because they typically have like one or zero outs against you, like Counselor Judgment, or Containment Priest. But even if they Containment Priest, you can get Grist, so it's not the best. There's Cage as well, I guess. Shepherd is like horrendous in this matchup, in my opinion. Uh, yeah, it's pretty funny because I went. JR was one of my losses that round, and I was XO against Delver in that qualifier, but I couldn't beat the other decks. Like I didn't beat JR and I didn't beat what is it called? Jeff Lynn's blue white tempo deck with Luris because I'd never seen that deck before, so I just didn't know how to play it like and couldn't adapt in time. And then the Zerba matchup I think is difficult. So luckily I beat the decks I was supposed to, and then I lost to JR here. Yeah, so for sure. I just didn't get around to it yet. Josh, but Josh is absolutely right. There's the collector loops already in, so nice. Before, if I had one too many cards, I would think about bringing out the Gris, just because it's a little bit slow. But the good thing here is I don't have to do that. I can just keep it in. You don't want Wasteland, in my opinion. Like if they port us, they port us. One benefit of the Cabal Pit, and I have some screenshots, but I won't share it for our with our DNT friends here today. But it is very nasty against Peacekeeper. I think this is fine. There definitely are friends. It's tribal humans versus tribal elves. Okay. This is like it's just too hard not to take the cradle. And then here, I typically like to lead with the weakest elf. I assume it gets plowed or something. So that would be heritage. Well, okay. To be fair, Jr. I was playing the original reason why I added Cabal Pit back is because original Peacekeeper deck, which is Jeff Lynn's Esperva, like I couldn't get through Meddling Mage, which is part of the awkward problem with that. Okay, we got rewarded anyways here, but yeah, for those who have not noticed, the DNT matchup is you can't just like blindly cast spells anymore and expect to beat DNT. Um, I have lost a lot of game ones against DNT lately, and game two might be a different story because like we board in Swords of Plowshares and whatnot. But I find the matchup a lot more difficult game one because if they have a GT, they just go hell bent like trying to get to turn four, and they probably will win if they can do that. Like the slower hands that I've kept. Oof. All right. Yeah, you if you live to GTA, you probably win. Is from my experience. From losing that game one a lot of times lately. I think game two you're probably favored again. I mean I've lost to DNT like I think the other day. I mean granted they it wasn't the irony was it wasn't even the Yorian build. It was the regular 60 card build. But then they drew really well against me. Stoneforge Mystic, sure. Yeah, pictures or it didn't happen, right? Um, all right. We know they have a Stoneforge in hand that's potentially going to come down. Um, it's a little awkward because if they had the removal, Well, actually, they can't do everything in one turn, so I think we're okay. Um, I think we get the Savannah here, and then we can play the Collector Oof. So the thing is, like, not only did they add four Solitude, but like the all the other cards that they added for their 80 cards are all relevant. Like, I think to make Yori to companion Yori, and they have four Solitudes. They're up to four from two Spirit of the Labyrinth, which is like also high impact, and then medium impact is like Recruiter because it's a little slow, but it's 2 to 4 copies. The only thing that's kind of iffy in my opinion is like against elves at least is the Charming Prince, but everything else is like very good in my opinion, and the Cauldron is like relevant too. Like if they get Cauldron plus Jitte, it is like very hard to stop that. I like you can't block bounce. If they go for the Wasteland here, we have the crop up. Ugh, okay. Speaking of Cauldron, there it is. Something that's surprising to me is I would think that they would go well. I think because they didn't hit land drop, I think they would. I personally, if I were playing DNT from that side, I probably would just leave the mana up for the GT because I think that's what matters. But I guess they know that we have swords. That could be the what's why they're doing what they're doing. Yeah, they have GT in hand, so like what I'm saying is, I think I personally would have cast a GTA, but maybe that's wrong. Like, or sorry, save 2 mana up with Stoneforge for GTA. Maybe that's a Skyclave. Oh God. Um, Jesus. I don't think we re. Well, damn, that's not good. Sure. Yeah, probably did. This like, it's funny because if this matchup becomes more popular or a problem, I may have to play Mass Vandal. Like I'm not playing at the moment in this list, but because there's a lot of combo in leagues, but maybe we have to. Like if this is a problem, I think it's an upgrade over Rex Sage personally. So they're thinking about whether to take this up or not. Hard to say without knowing. Yes and no. I think Josh. The reason why I say that is because the thing that matters most is a Jitte, and you can't really snipe a Jitte sorcery speed with Rex Sage either. So when Jitte connects, inevitably, um, I think here I'm gonna get a fetch. Sure. Probably the Cradle. The upside is like too high. They're gonna port our cradle here anyways. They may port the savannah. Sure. We have full information. Oof. So I think what's gonna happen here is Jason's gonna go for the Mangar on our savannah again. So I think we're priced into playing the Visionary now. Yeah, I actually thought it was gonna exile itself, so did not realize it was gonna stay when I cropped there. Um, I think that's fine. We're probably just dead, to be honest. Like, it's bittersweet for me because this is like one of my favorite cards, having played D&T. Like, I used to love doing the Caracas Mangara shenanigans. Wait, did I misread? Oh, okay, never mind. I just screwed up. I thought that they had the gotten a Jite, but it turns out they got the Cauldra. Okay, I would have played that pretty differently then. I just assumed that they got the Jite. Oof. All right, we're just dead here. I'm not sure it would have. It may have mattered, but yeah, that definitely changed my line. I didn't. I just assumed that they got Jite. Nah, I kind of disagree with that. I think Jite would have been better. Yeah, I think if I had paid attention, because I just assumed that they got Jite, uh, I would have played that completely differently. Because I was trying to not turn the Jite online. Instead, if I had realized that we're what's it called, we're 3-1 at the moment, Prima Plum. We lost to the Mirror in the previous round. Uh, Probably I think. It's not great, but I don't want to mull. Yeah, I think you swords the Cauldra then in that case, and then you can play a longer game instead of being under the pressure. Like we didn't draw particularly well, so maybe it doesn't matter, but didn't help my not paying attention. Swords? No. They didn't have any swords. Like we just did not pay attention. I just assumed that they got GTA with the Stoneforge, and they ended up getting the Cauldra, and so I assumed that they had the Cauldra naturally, is what happened. Mental misstep or said. All right, so this is pretty sweet. Like, it might. I thought I did, but maybe not. Like, um, maybe I don't have it. Maybe if somebody knows how to check that or set that up, I can do it in real time. Ugh, just not what I want. That's good though. I think if they had Solitude, they probably would have used it, but I could be wrong. This is pretty nice. The reason why we can do it on upkeep now too, right? Because I'm assuming they're gonna port our Cradle and we're gonna once upon a time response. That's got to be a mom, I think. Yeah. Oh, I don't think I have. Well, okay. So it has my other username that I. And if they don't, then Cradle Hoof's gonna bash for a lot if they don't port us. It's a little bit scary to hoof these days because you well you have to make sure that hoof is lethal because you don't have a second hoof. Is one of the downsides of playing Archon. We'll have a good idea if they're gonna port or not here. I suspect that they will because it's a little bit dangerous to leave this untapped, especially since this represents Arbor. This is very good here. It'd be awkward if they had a spirit though. At this point, we can't play around Mindbreak Trap anymore. So I think we lead with the Birch Lore and see how they respond. Because the Heritage doesn't help here, right? Like, if we lead with the Heritage, we still have to get to the third Elf. Yeah, so they're gonna Mindbreak Trap that. And I believe the Cradle here is still worth it for the extra draw. I mean, we have Heritage Druid and a lot of land still. One core. Yes. I think the mana I think the draws, like, you need to be ahead on tempo here. Because the more you're ahead on tempo in this matchup, the more, like, you can snowball the effect. Uh oh. Skyclave? Yeah. Wow, that's a very good draw. So, for those of you who don't know what I'm about to do, we have the natural order now. We have the progenitors. Uh, we cannot afford to play around the Mindbreak Trap here, so it is what it is. If they have it, they have it. I think we pitched the Arbor here. Yeah. The reason being is we have the 3 creatures for the heritage, and then I think the mana matters, Runcore, personally. Given the port out, like, I mean, you never know if they just draw the Council of Judgment or something like that. Actually, even if they tap out for Council of Judgment, it's not the best because we can hardcast Hoof. I wonder what that could mean. Maybe a Flicker Wisp, but oh, okay. No, so they got a Peacekeeper, which means we have to get the Bayou now, but in hindsight, maybe it was correct to get the Bayou because the Cabal Pit was in hand. Yeah. So I think yeah, that's fair, Josh. It's not the end of the world, but not the tightest play from us. The good thing is they double tax themselves every turn, so it's going to be difficult to win. But yeah, definitely a small misplay on our behalf. All right. We get blown out if this is a Flicker Wisp, though. I'm not sure we play around that. We get blown out by the what is it called? We would get blown out by a Flicker Wisp there. Let's see. We. I don't. I want to play around Mindbreak Trap, I think. That's true. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It is gone for the turn. So I agree. Francisco is absolutely right. Yeah, so it's gone for the turn. Sure. I guess in this case now we just get the one draw. It could be. I don't think it matters to be honest, but I would have to count the damage. I think it's lethal though. Oh, now it's definitely lethal. So shout out to chat, Francisco in the house here with the he Elf Master. Uh, oops, I'll respond. But yeah, we the Flicker Wisp would even get out for the turn and we win anyways. Yeah, I don't know why I spaced out. For some reason, I thought it was like Charming Prince for a second. So we got 4-1, which is nice. I think we're in a pretty good. It's funny too. The one loss was to the mirror. I can never beat those turn two Nettle Sentinel hands, right? Yeah, actually, for those who don't know, Francisco on Christmas had a very thematic stream with his brother playing red green elves, and well, we're playing elves, and then played a red green deck in modern, and I popped in to drop by because I saw that he was playing, and it was pretty sweet. Like I just chatting it up with Francisco and his brother at the time, so if you do that again this coming year, I'll definitely tune in again and just enjoy Francisco's stream in general. He's a fellow reclaimer aficionado like myself and a fellow primetime gamer. I think we'll run it back. Like this list felt good. We dropped really only one match to the mirror. uh, yeah, we'll just run it back, I guess. I'll bring up my deck actually, my list. But yeah, Francisco pointed out we don't get blown out there because for some reason I spaced out and thought it was the restoration angel ability slash charming prince ability instead of the flicker wisp ability. I still do need my reclaimer emo. How do I set that up, Francisco? I am like a practical noob here when it comes to streaming. Although Francisco, actually, one thing I want to mention to chat is the reason why my images here look much better than before, and let me change this, was Francisco shamed me into, picking up the proper versions of Gaia's Cradle. I was playing the very suboptimal promo version before, and now I finally have the nice one, and that is, perfect. What's it called? Perfect reason why. Why Francisco? You might be right. I don't even remember. Prince might be like Wisp, but I feel. Let me look it up actually. What? I actually play D&T. I don't know why I don't remember this. Yeah, so Francisco is right, right? Charming Prince, next end step. Oops, gotta get joined. Melody 5233. That name sounds familiar. I just don't remember what they're on. Let's turn back on the chat and the game log. Yeah, it was all inspired by you, Francisco. After you you showed me the light. And I mentioned this like a long time ago, but for those who don't know, Francisco gave me very good advice and tips when I was playing the Mox event too. As I was playing Green White Reclaimer in Modern, and and he's the inventor of the deck. Uh, What you hear in my background is either my wife or my mother-in-law using the video feed for what's it called to check on my dog Scooby Loo. I am not. I wouldn't be able to focus if that were true. I already have a hard enough time trying to what is it called? I think I'm gonna block here, so I'm gonna send the worst thing to block. In this case, it's between the Wirewood or the Shepherd. Uh, Probably the Wirewood. I think I want speed. Have you tried my new Naya Lance in modern? It may be up your wheelhouse. I haven't. I saw you post about it. It's running Ren in 6. Is that right, Francisco? I probably would enjoy it, to be honest. I think you have a good feel of the decks I would enjoy because I feel like I would enjoy the same decks as you would, Francisco. Namely, that we both like Elvish Reclaimer. It's possible we don't block, but the problem is we play some number of relevant cards that they could steal to. And I think I think all things considered, we don't get Blood Moon randomly, so all things considered, we just want to go faster here. Yeah, we do enjoy. Like I think we like grindy decks. I think we both are reclaimer stands. Francisco. Sure. It's funny because I say grinding. Elves is people usually associate with as a combo deck, but the way I built it is it's more mid range with a combo kill. It's not all in on the combo, I should say. That's probably the better way to phrase it. All right, that's pretty nice. The question here is we can grist and then kill their channeler, so that stops them from digging. Um, might be worth it, to be honest. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it's probably worth it. That's quite annoying. The good thing though is we can hold up reclaimer for the bog. The bad thing though is then we're gonna continue to hold up mana, which is not what I want to do either. Hmm. I think we actually wait for them to respond here. If they don't go for it, we don't go for it. This is green white reclaimer tech here. Main deck bog. Dredge players and Hogak players get really upset at me anytime I have turn one reclaimer. Alright, that's fine. There's nothing we can do about that. I think we're probably in a good spot now. Okay, we're in an even better spot. Uh, while awkward, this card bails you out like no other card in the deck. All right, that was pretty nice. I will say like getting them with the bog. Like it's weird. I've had people salt at me because they're like, "Why would an elf player play main deck bog?" And I said, "Because it's only one spot and it wins a lot of games." No, I don't think Glimpse is cuttable. Frankly, I think the card is just too good. I have considered four natural. The problem is like you make your Delver matchup weaker because you don't really want to draw 4, 6, and 8 drops against Delver. Yeah, this card here is 3 to 4 copies depending on the build, up to 3 I think, but it just randomly just wins target game like out of nowhere. Especially if you're running the Archon like I am. Like there's certain decks that just cannot beat an Archon. The artifact based decks are like one. Yeah, the artifact based players. Thank you for the follow, Digital Sloth 58. Um, I think we definitely want the plows here. Uh, I did not. I ended up losing to Infect. So Spellhold is on my LGS. I ended up losing to Infect on a pretty nutty draw. I often joke that my LGS is pretty competitive and maybe more so than a normal league because like we have good players like Max Gilmore and if you guys know who he is like Matthew Chung and like people who have done really well at GPs and including former GP winner in Vidianto Wajai who won Esper Stoneblade many years ago. But I ended up losing to Infect, and then round two I lost as well. So I 0-2 dropped, but what did I lose to? Let me think. I feel like I got comboed out again, but by show and tell or something. Yeah, the Doomsday matchup is not very easy, unfortunately. I think here. Okay, do I board in the waste? I'm running out of time. I looks like I do not board in the wasteland. Probably want to cut the what's called it, the grindy pieces. So Wirewood and Visionary. I don't think there's anything else. The Cabal Pit awkwardly does not hit the what's called it. Awkwardly does not hit the painter. It does hit the engineer, but I don't. I think we can live with the engineer for a few turns. I will say of all the popular matchups, Doomsday is by far the hardest I think for elves. Like at least against Show and Tell, they don't have like turn one Dark Ritual win. Um, Also, unlike like Belcher, that's not like super common. This is like very awkward hand. Like this is it's a 7, but it's really like more to 5 because the Once Upon times are like you're not casting it for a while. I feel like we have to ship this back. This is like not great either. I think I'm gonna keep though, but because I don't want to go 5. Predator handshake me. I like that. It's probably not great, but an option here is to pitch an Arbor too. Ugh. I think we play the Reclaimer and don't block, actually. Well, actually, yeah, maybe we just don't block here. They could just abrade us, or yep, there it is, or something as well. I'm like kind of regretting not keeping that 7 now, but I feel like that's gotta be a mole. Like the Once Upon Times are super slow there. I can't imagine that they're gonna play this. They shouldn't at least. Yep. Visionary. Oh my god. Vision. I was gonna say Visionary would have been a great draw there, so we could trade and draw. But I think this is probably a loss. Might have been correct to mole. I just didn't want to mole this hand. I like so if JR's online, he posted a cool tweet about Doomsday and Elf. Sorry, Elf players and DNT players. You know, Predator handshake against Doomsday. The good thing about Doomsday now is like I just throw the whole kitchen sink against them. I hope something sticks. Like nothing's like real good. So I just board in like pretty much everything, including the swords to plowshares, and then just hope like they run into it or something, or the mindbreak traps. All right. I feel like it's got to be the oof here, right? Like if they have removal, like what can we do? Oh, that's awesome. I love hearing that. Yeah, I have not got anybody with STP yet, but I definitely have gotten the Doomsday player with Mindbreak Trap. The other way you beat Doomsday out of Elves is like you just blindly play all your Elves and hope that they don't have the turn 2 Doomsday, and then you can like aggro them out with a boosted Shepherd with Cradle. That's like one way you can still win, but that's more like the opponent losing to themselves than anything else. I can't wait to snipe my first what is it called? Snipe my first Oracle as they're playing around Mindbreak Trap with the cycle pile into Oracle and leaving 2 in the library, and then hoping to get them with swords. I have not done it yet, but one of these days, as the what's it called? Mindbreak Trap count has been upped to 3 now. So let's see what gets to. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I think they maybe just want to draw. We'll continue to take 2 from Ragavan. There's no way we're trading here. Visionary. That's not bad. I don't want to expose my bog. It could be relevant down the road. I'm trying to think how they can get us here. I don't think there's a way, so I'm gonna. No, I don't want them attacking with the well. Well, no, I think the damage matters. I don't think they're gonna kill us with damage. I'll put it that way. But the difference between 18 and 20 could be lethal. And I'm betting on our deck that they can't aggro us out. I'm not. If they want to attack with the Weller, so be it. We gotta fade Mountain from our opponent though. They may have. lightning bolt in hand. Oh my god, that is brutal. Or that. Wasn't expecting that, but that's pretty good. We're gonna float mana in case it matters. It's highly likely we just kept a hand we shouldn't have, but I didn't want to go to five. Like I felt like with the reclaimer, with the bog and like a glimpse, it's like close enough. It's hard to win with elves when you don't have. Thank you for the follow, Jason. It's hard to win with elves when you don't have enough cards in hand. It's kind of like ant in the sense that it's a critical mass deck. I have had opponent get clumsy against me and just um not do it on their turn and let me untap with swords or reclaimer activation, which is kind of funny. Like I had one opponent once time try to do it on my upkeep, but that allowed my reclaimer to untap, and they try to bring back with welder a painter servant, and I was able to bog. So better lucky than good. Maybe that's what they're going for here too. Like they would get pretty punished if I had the swords. Yeah. See, I don't agree with this play, right? Because I was tapped out, and suddenly now I wasn't, but can't punish that. I think how we boarded is fine. We just did not draw well, and maybe it could be stubborn, but I didn't want to mold a five. I'm gonna change back the. Oops. I was gonna change it back to the other view since that's what I'm used to. This is probably fine. You have two. It's. I wish I had another land, but you have two removal spells. You can't really get better than that. The minute we top deck a land, this hand gets significantly better. Our opponent is tanking. About. I'm almost tempted to lead with a shepherd, and the logic is I think they may just bolt it, and unless we top deck a land, the reclaimer's not live anyways. Mm, I feel like we store it in case. Well, that doesn't help. I was gonna say if they have the engineer. Uh, the thing is, if they engineer, then they have the engineer live too. So I'm just hoping that they cast painter here, and then we can source it. That's probably worth sourcing too. I'm gonna save the crop rotation for interaction. Because I want to unlock our mana here with the cradle. This is why I think the reclaimer is so good because you have access to cradle all the time, and the way you beat elves is you constrict their mana. I mean, I think a lot of people already know that, but like, it's worth enough repeating. I'm essentially giving away the trade secrets here. I think I'd rather save it, Francisco, because a lot of times you want the crop rot in addition to the cradle to hardcast Green Sun for 6 as well. So that's something that can come up. Um, you we lose on the spot. You're talking about with this board? I'm not sure I agree. The classic pay for days on the board. Thank goodness Fury is not instant. Jeez, that would be pretty bad. Oops, cancel. Oops, let me see. How do I want to do this? Actually, no. Actually, undo. We still actually have like this is a bad fetch land in this case, but we still have swords up if need be, which is how why I tapped it that way. Another engineer. Okay. So I would imagine they're gonna get a painter here because the saga is gonna get the grindstone. Debating how I want to play this out though. Ensnaring bird. Okay, I think I'm okay with that. They might think that they're dead. Like pretty soon, we have 3 cards in hand, and like I've been playing a lot, some defense, so maybe that's why. I think if now that we get an untap here, we're probably in a very good spot. Green Sun would be very good here. Or Natural Order. Speaking of the devil. Um, we're just short for an Archons, but I think I'm going to take the safe play and Green Sun here. I can't imagine they're going to block and 2 for 1 themselves, but if they do, I'm happy with that. We don't, but we can beat a bridge. Arcana on Artifact will eventually, muck up their hand, and then we can actually go underneath with Shepherd. It's actually one of the ways you beat Ensnaring Bridge out of Moon Stompy. Hmm. Okay, that's pretty good. So one way we lose here is if they have. It's not the best. They can beat it, but it's not bad either. Francisco, like they can beat it, but it's pretty good still. Like a lot of times they scoop to it. Depends on their hand. Um, yeah, it's beatable, but it's still solid. So something that could we can lose here is if we actually I should have done it a different way. But one way to lose here is to attack and then tap out. They kill the oof, and then we don't have the swords. But I'm not sure we can play around that anyways, given because they could just pitch with the welder is the problem too. So maybe we just attack here. There's an argument to be made. We should have prop rotation there for so we can have another attacker. But they do have a decent amount of blockers now. And the reclaimer is actually too big for the bridge anyway, so that's another thing. What did they? Oh, they got a star. This is the time where I wish I kind of had a scavenging ooze too. I'm saving the reclaimer for a glimpse. What did we bog earlier? Oh, it's a painter. Oh, I think we might be just dead. We have the swords, so what we can do is we can swords the painter out. They have two welders though, is the problem. So they're gonna weld out the painter and then weld it back in. But we have to try. A little bit punished here for not playing the Mass Vandal right now. There's an argument to be made that maybe we should have swords the welder, but they had so many redundant copies. I'm not sure it would have mattered. We had to use the bog early, which is unfortunate, but I think it is what it is. Like, you know, shout out. I mean, hats off to our opponent. Like they played it well. I'm gonna use the restroom real quickly and then turn on the AC. It's a little hot. I'll be back in 30 seconds, or maybe a minute. All right, I am back. Uh, that's a good catch, Francisco. I didn't. Well, actually, no. I didn't board in the pit, but that's argument maybe I should. Um, because the logic is the pit doesn't hit the what is it called? The pit doesn't hit the painter servant, but it does hit the goblins. So it's probably worth bringing in now that you mention it. I just didn't bother to in the past, and I think that game it could have been relevant. It would have bought another turn. I don't know. Like we needed to draw natural order pretty soon. Unfortunately, like Oof is not very safe, and preferably against these artifact based decks, you have something like a Mass Vandal or Rex Sage as well because like it's gonna be only a few turns before they draw a removal in a lot of cases. So you can't rely on Oof going the distance a lot of times. Yeah, and then it could have bought us a turn, so natural order would have been a live deck, live top deck. I'm trying to think what else. It was like really awkward. They had all the goblins, and we already used the bog and didn't have a ooze to play around that, unfortunately. So Archon and being able to attack through bridge, yeah. So unfortunately, without the decays in this list, and until they print a disenchant land, I think Blaststone unfortunately is like too inefficient for Legacy, at least from this deck, and not to mention one is an awkward number. But we don't have a disenchant land yet for Reclaimer. Um, it's possible, like going back to the deck list, it's possible I want one prismatic ending or one mass vandal or something for this situation. I just didn't bother play it because there's just so much combo in leagues that and mass vandal is more of like a fair card. This opponent, Ferox, is typically on depths. Ooh, this is kind of awkward. This is like a mode of 5 already because the second Once Upon a Time is not very good here. And then the hoof, I think, and this is like not very good as well in the blind. So, I think especially in this meta game with Saga being prevalent, Francisco. So Jack Kendall brought it up that he thinks we should be playing it. I think you're probably right. There's a lot of value. I've been playing it the last few days. I just happen not be playing it this league or today, but I had been playing a Mass Vandal, and especially against decks like Painter, where their removal is like red base. Having a creature in the yard is not too hard, and in a pinch, you can also just sacrifice with crop rotation or Reclaimer Dried Arbor. I think here we kind of need this to get going, unfortunately. I think we just put that back to redundant Reclaimer. And then if we draw one drop, then that helps. We get slightly punished if we don't, but I think in the case we don't draw one drop, we'll just fetch Cradle. But Francisco brings up a good point. Like, there's a lot of value because of the Wirewood symbiote against decks like D&T. And then anybody who saw my match against Jason earlier, that matchup is much more difficult than people realize now. Like, I would say Elves is still favored, but not by a lot, if that makes sense. It does. The thing is, like, it makes, especially if the elf player is on Archon, it makes it really awkward because, like, sometimes you have to go for, like, whether to go for the natural or for lethal or not. Alright, so we got slightly punished here, but it is what it is. Not to mention like the higher density of creatures, right? Like Solitude turning all your Thalias and your Flicker was into like Lotus Petals for Source of Plowshares. Um, it's like very good, right? You just have to get to GTA and you probably can steal the game, especially game one. Oh, okay. We if these depths matchups tend to be very difficult game one, and then much better game two and three. And I believe we're gonna see that play out again. Yep. Actually, we're not dead yet. Might as well try to see if we can, somehow get lucky here. Oops, what am I doing? We have to hit Glimpse here, and then like hope we get lucky. Actually, the Glimpse doesn't even work. Actually, we're short of mana, so we're just dead here. The Wasteland is good. I think they're on the turbo version, so I like the Thoughtseize here too. Take out the irrelevant, silver bullets. This is a straight race that they're favored. The swords helps significantly though. It's crazy too because if you asked me a year ago, I would say that all removal in Elves is unplayable besides the Abrupt Decay, and the reason being is Dreadhorde Arcanus. But a couple of things have changed since then. Namely, Dreadhorde got banned, and well, it's not as bad, but Murktide not being answered by Decay is a little awkward. I'd rather our opponents play Murktide than the Whale though. The Forager is like unbeatable for Elves. Once it attacks once. It's like okay, I guess. Oh man, not great, but I think we're just gonna lead with Fetch Go, and then Glimpse, and then hold up Reclaimer. Sorry, not Reclaimer. Hold up Crop. It's not for any specific matchup. It's just like a generically good card, in my opinion. It's most effective against control, in my experience. Like, they have control decks have a very hard time beating a Gris. Like, it's often prismatic ending or bust. Like, and a lot of times they use a prismatic ending early. Yeah, it's most effective for removal because like sometimes you can answer like a peacekeeper or something like that, or like we played against Jason earlier on D&T and we had the grist for the Spirit of the Labyrinth that otherwise would have locked up our hand. Um, so it's like randomly good. Also, of course, Public Enemy number one for tribal decks, Plague Engineer. Um, I've killed like a few of those. It's weird because like they're not too popular at the moment, but I find the most relevant matchup right now for Gris is what is it called? Control matchups. What in the world? What I should have done last game was actually forced him to commit to the Hex Mage, and then like to see if they would go for it. I mean, they likely still, but at least they have to think about it. Sure, they probably take a glimpse. So they have a lot of live draws. Stage and Hex Mage are both live still. So our opponent just typed to us, true story. I asked what they're referring to, but we'll see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Jason brings up a thing that is like very underappreciated about Glimpse. Sorry, not Glimpse, Gris. The fact that it pumps Cradle is ridiculous. Not to mention pumping your natural orders too. Okay, so our opponent just said in a Hellbait game like this, they died to two Arbors attacking over a million turns. So that's pretty funny story. Oh my goodness. Our opponent drew the stage. I think we're probably just dead, yeah. We have to pretend like we have it. So one thing that I am, not great at, but trying to get better at is bluffing. And in some situations, it's helped me win before, where I play as if I have it, and the opponent assumes I do. In this case, they go for it anyways, so it is what it is. But it happens. Like I thought we had a good chance to get there. Like we had to draw. Well, we're gonna fetch. It didn't matter, but we're gonna fetch Arbor end step if they didn't have the kill. But I think once we draw a creature, we're probably favored to win. But they did have a lot of live top decks. Um, Seven, I guess specifically. You'd be surprised, Jason. I don't remember who it was, but I've had people actually on this specific deck on black green turbo depths not jam against me because I left up green every turn. You know, hinting at crop rotation. But yeah, I agree. In most cases, if you're playing against a combo deck and if you are a combo deck, it's probably correct to jam. In most cases. I'm like debating whether to O2 drop here. What do you think, chat? Should we finish this league or should we try to start fresh? I had Levi once tell me this for the mocks, and I don't know if it's true or not because I was given a God account at the time, so I could play, anonymously, and it was modern, and I wanted to play relevant matchups, and at the time, Europie was pretty popular, but in leagues, as many of you know, there's a lot of random decks. So what I would do was, if I played against these random decks, I would just auto scoop because I didn't want to spend time. I want to use my time efficiently, essentially. And because the account was free, I figured there was like little penalty. Like at some point, I guess I would run out of play points, but they gave us a lot. Um, but Levi came up with a theory because I told him, man, I've been running into a lot of these, non-meta decks, and then he speculates the more you scoop, the more you're gonna run into these meta decks because you're gonna be 0-1, 0-2, 0-3, whatever your record is. And I said, oh, that's a good point. Maybe I got paired because I am in like the 0-2 bracket or whatnot. I don't know how true that is, but it's just like something that was brought up. Isn't that a real deck though, Jason? I've run into it a good amount in leagues, but it is leagues after all. The other downside is now, what's it call it? This queue time is kind of high, but we'll finish out this league. I suspect that this is going to be a nice stream where we can get a lot in. The wife is out of town, so I mean not out of town, but she's with her parents tonight, because it's closer to her work that she has to go to tomorrow. But when the wife is away, the boys come out to play, right? I think this is fine, and my logic is like on a Moto 6, it's like ignore the Archon's like pretty solid. The little known thing about Reclaimer is it's actually ramp where you have Gaia's Cradle. So the sequencing is you go turn one Reclaimer, turn two, play your one drop or whatnot, and then leave Gaia's Cradle up, and then you can transform your basic fours into a Dry Arbor. It's actually highly relevant and a line that when I first started playing this deck, did not see as often, and definitely didn't appreciate it until much later on. Like I will say, I did not get to where I am today immediately. Like it definitely still took me a lot of time, and I'm the one who like put the cards together for this deck. So learning curve is like definitely an issue. There's like a lot of little things that you pick up over time, and it was especially hard too because I had nobody to at the time to pitch ideas with. That's no longer true. I have a lot of people I trust now. Elves specifically, quite a while ago. Let me think. Here we want to leave up Reclaimer and then have Glimpse live, so I'm just gonna pass. I started playing Elves when Deathrite was legal in 20 end of 2013 was when I first bought the deck. I would say the way it looked then is very similar to how the Nettle build looks right now. The only difference is substitute Deathrite for Allosaurus Shepherd. So the mana production is worse, and you're a little bit worse against Graveyard, but you're a little bit better against Chalice. So there's like some trade off. Obviously, Deathrite is the better card, but Deathrite's probably too good, as most people would know. All right. I think we're gonna jam Glimpse and see what happens. That's a little awkward. I'm gonna like I smell combo. Like these black fetches scare me, so I'm gonna leave Reclaimer up. Yep. This is the most terrifying fetch land for me in the game. I do not want to see any Bloodstained Mire deck. Luckily, our instincts paid off. Like, I smell combo on the other side. They didn't do anything for 2 turns, and they have black fetches, so... Sure. It's gonna be hella awkward if they thought Caesar Archon and reanimate that. I mean, we have no choice. If they have the Entomb, so be it. Like, actually, sack Arbor's heads up, Romero. I should have done that. That is very heads up. I definitely missed that. I've caught it before, and then Jesus. No, actually the Arbor might have been relevant here too because like, oh, they just killed themselves potentially. If they don't have a reanimation, they've lost. But maybe they do. So it didn't matter. Like if we get our Arbor back, what we could have done was hard cast the hoof. We need our opponent to pass here, but okay, now it didn't matter. Hmm. Yeah, I do not. This is like one of the hardest matchups for us. I think we want to bin the grief and then bounce the reclaimer. It's pretty unfortunate. They had the double entomb, which is kind of nuts. But sorry, the double entomb and exhume line. I have wand from this spot. It's just not easy, and especially with no win condition anymore. I actually think we're drawing dead now with that Arcana Cruelty out. This is unfortunately very common in leagues. Maybe I should be playing Leyline, like just because of league, but I tend to like to hedge a little bit. Swords is like not the best against them either. Hmm. I think here we definitely board out the Archon. We don't want them reanimating it. Um, I think it's probably better than the other options that we have. Probably the Wasteland is like decent here too. And that's probably fine. I have gotten these reanimator players with Mindbreak Trap, but it's like high variance. That's probably a keep. On the draw, I probably mold this. I'm surprised our opponent's history didn't pop up. I mean, given that they have the, I think this is the vintage logo. I think we all, in this case, the swords. Oof. Uh, Probably the basic. And hope that we don't get turn one here. I would mold this on the draw. They probably take, if I were to imagine, the natural order. They take the swords. That's interesting. They could have a show and tell. Jeez, don't tell me they have the turn one with protection. Yeah, it could be time to play Leyline again. I don't know, but the thing about Mindbreak Trap is it's like against this kind of deck is like high variance, and I think they have it. Jesus. I think I would have got a Gristle Brand there personally, but I'm not sure how we win from here, to be honest. I think our win here is sacrifice. I think our win from here is we have to get Gris and draw like very well. Thank you for the follow, Grateful Head. Yikes. Yeah, I think I would personally got art Griselbrand, but ooh, that's pretty good actually. We're actually back in this game now. So as crazy as that sounds, because our opponent didn't get Griselbrand. Is there a reason to play this? Probably not. You get deck thin, but I don't think that's worth it here. Oh, yeah, I think them using a card that Thoughtseize is more relevant. Not to mention, like this could happen too. I hope they don't have a creature and we just accidentally bind it for them. I guess they'll reanimate. How did they do that? Oh, they can still reanimate. Ugh, now that looks really bad. All right, we lost. I think if our opponent played it right, we would have lost regardless. But they gave us a chance. Now I'm not sure it's worth continuing on when we're 0-3. What do you think, chat? I'll play it out if people want me to play it out, but I suspect we're gonna run into more combo if we continue. Not to mention a 2-3 doesn't really do much. Yeah, I think we'll just drop. Let me think about the list. The list felt fine. The first league we ran. Uh, but maybe we do have to respect combo. Here's the list we played. I think it's probably okay in general. Like you can argue Scavenger Ooze main is like, pretty good against Delver, but you don't see too much Delver in leagues. I made a joke that if you do see a Delver in league, they're probably pretty good because the definition of a spike is to play Delver in a league. I think. Um, Maybe we don't need the choke, and we just run more graveyard hate. I'm okay with this, maybe in a league too. The wasteland is like very relevant, I think. Probably fine here. And then we can, split Leyline Mindbreak Trap copies. The awkward thing about Leyline is like, I rely on it to beat, all the combo players. The problem is it doesn't do anything anymore against Doomsday or these artifact-based Storm decks. Well, it's good against Mesmeric Orb, but it's not good against like the player we played against yesterday, which is um, essentially not running Echo. This is probably the reason why Reanimator is popular again right here. The Eric Landon is back on his trophy lead. I'm kind of glad that I, stumbled across the. Speaking of our, family and friends here, John Ryan Hamilton, leading the way with, I guess, is that 7 or 6? 6 trophies. So, part of the fair and tribal squad. Um, Also, Max is up there, Honorog, Rich Cali. But yeah, I was saying, last season when tied with Legacy Council slash Archon, that was kind of cool. I don't think I'll ever be able to do that again. It just so happened that it just so happened that the turn one combo players weren't playing last season, and that's how two fairish decks. I was being on the more fair side, and Legacy Council were able to finish first last season. Usually, you need like turbo depths. Tom Hep is like very good, but he hasn't been playing. Um, Eric Landon on Reanimator. This is probably fine. Yeah, I see you've been doing well, Jr. Every time I look up, it's another 5-0 for Yori on DNT. It's crazy how hard that matchup is now. I wouldn't say like you can't win or anything. I just think it's not what it once was for Elves, which was like I've seen Elf players just like blindly cast spells and win against DNT in the past, and you definitely cannot do that anymore. It's kind of like before, I guess, when Dreadhorde was legal. I faced against these what presumably are more less experienced Delver players, and it felt to me they were just casting spells at random. But because they had turn 2 Arcanus, they went like turn 1 foul my Once Upon a Time, which I had never seen before, and then just like ride Arcanus to win. I think here we probably lead with the Reclaimer and see what happens. Yes, random game actions, definitely against what is it called? Against Delaware players. I think the ones that play Elves regularly, Jr. Like I know Jack Kendall also thinks it's a lot harder. The people who play this deck regularly, at least on Moto, because you get more reps naturally. But I think that everybody has agreed that, especially game 1, is much more difficult. And I know Jack is like playing a rec stage, so something to be wary of. And he's not the only one who's playing for the D&T matchup now. Um, if they're on a fair matchup, I think we really like our odds from this board today. Like, I don't think we're gonna lose. They shuffled as well, so for whatever that's worth. Oops, wrong one. It'd be nice if we get a land drop here. They want to foul that, that's fine. Okay, that works out. I'm gonna preemptively fetch, because I don't want to make myself vulnerable to removal. Rex Age is very rude, I agree. A creature should not be able to kill another creature for 3 mana, specifically Canonus and Spirit of the Labyrinth. What is ruder, Jr.? Rex Sage or Mass Vandal? I don't know if you've had that happen to you yet. Probably not, because I only started playing with it the other day, and I recommended it to like my Discord. But I can't imagine anybody else has tried that card yet, besides myself. Yes, actually, shout out to Eli, and I gave him credit for this. And the minute I 5-0 with Vandal, I actually lost a 5-0 the other day, and it was kind of a bummer. I haven't seen this deck in a while. Is one creep? Yeah, the reason why is because we need more space. BA340201. We just need more space in the deck, and it's the most expendable card in my opinion, at least. I still want one to tutor for, but like Reclaimer kind of does a lot of what Queen Ranger is good for. I mean, it's good to have redundancy. All right, what did they do? They played a fetch. I think they shuffled off the ponder. Is that right? All right, they're gonna try to sweep us here. They're on terminus. Well, that's the only reason they would do that. All right, now I think they're just dead, to be honest. I'm not gonna play the Visionary because I don't want to accidentally draw the hoof. Like that's like bad heuristics that sometimes people make. Well, okay, I'll go to I'll talk a little bit about deck construction for a second. But like the long story short, I actually think unlike Nettle Sentinel, which just helps the combo, I actually think Queen Range is very good. The reason why I find it expendable and but I still want 1 to 2 for it is because Reclaimer protects your lands the same way Queen Ranger does, and that's why I think we're okay. Well, here's a sideboard, but that's why I think we're okay. Cutting it for now or going out on 1 copy. If like Shepard gets banned for whatever reason, I know a lot of blue players like hate this card, which is funny because like I think it can often be a bad top deck from my experience. Like you need to have a board for this to be doing stuff. But this card does make your Chalice matchup so much better. Maybe it's argument you don't care about Chalice decks anymore because they're not that popular. But um, long story short, I think you still want mana generation, and you don't want 4 shepherds and 4 reclaimers not making what is it called. So they don't make mana. So you want to cut. You don't want to cut like Heritage Druid, for instance, or in this case, Card Rotation or Birch Lord, because they make mana. And Queen Ranger, while it does make mana with Arbor, is a little bit slower. Yeah, I think 2 is even fine. I wouldn't like. I liked 4 for a long time personally. I think against this version, let's try swords. I've been liking swords against these Tundra decks, but more along the lines of the Bant Tundra decks. Not so much Jeskai, but we'll see how it goes. Uh, Crop is like not very good here. Oops. I think we want the one Heritage just in case. If yeah, I know blue players hate Allosaurus Shepherd, so like if it got banned for whatever reason, it's for poor play patterns and whatnot. I can see myself definitely playing for Korean Ranger again. I think the card is like solid. It's just not needed at the moment. Keep. I think this hand is slow, but against these Tundra decks, you have time. The reason why I like Natural Order against these slower non-Delver decks, Green did get too much this year. I agree. The reason why I like Natural Order against these non-Delver decks is because you want a way to win at all times. Like you don't want to have to untap when they have 4 Terminus in the deck or something like that. So here I'm leading with a Waru because I actually want the Shepherd. Sure. Uh, Quick note of advice. I actually don't think this card is good against elves for whatever. I know people try it. I think it's easily beatable against elves. Like it only really stops Visionary because they can always get Progenitus. Like it's not the worst, but if the elf player just doesn't have the Visionary hand, then it probably doesn't do anything. But I have seen this brought in against me, and it is good specifically just for Visionary. Like sometimes you make it so that they have to kill you over multiple turns, which is like I guess relevant. But like they can always get Progenitus, like, and that's pretty bad too. I saw this in the D&T Discord actually, but Cursed Totem is a thing if you really want to hose those. Like them not having abilities is highly relevant. All right, if we draw a 1 drop here, we're definitely slamming Natural Order. That's not a 1 drop, but that's equivalent, I guess. I played the Heritage there, even though I could have pitched the Arbor, is because I want the mana still. Oh god. We just have to hope they don't have the Terminus here. There's an argument to be made to hold the Heritage, but that card has low value to me in this matchup, anyways. That I'm willing to just like cut myself a card down, but I just don't think it's like very relevant. My hoping is because they're tanking on this a while, they don't have the Terminus, and that's gonna buy at least a turn. Or sorry, that's gonna it's gonna connect at least once now. Yep. The Heritage would be better with if I had a glimpse, so I get a little bit punished. So that's worth noting. But like I said, this card has low value in this matchup for me anyway, so I was okay just pitching it. In the event the mana matters next turn. If I draw a Cradle, it's lethal, right? Like I mentioned this a few times, but Heritage Druid in the fair blue matchups tends to be the worst card. Not always, but a lot of times. Because the thing is, expressive iteration. Interesting. I would not have expected that from a Terminus deck. But, I mean, it's a strong card, so not that surprising, I guess. It's kind of like Terminus or Bust, I feel. I mean, Supreme Verdict is like okay, they have that, but I mean, the end step brainstorm tells me that Terminus is in their deck, or likely. And they try to do it to us game one as well. Um, Dress down is a consideration. Like it's, and I'm not gonna say it hasn't happened to me. It happened to me once where they went dress down into I think it was swords or something. I don't remember, but it's hard to have everything on the same turn though. For what it's worth, like you can't dress down into Jace on the same turn, which is hard. They could here. They had the fourth land, I guess, but let me see what they had. Swords. So the swords is dead, right? It's not going to answer the predators this turn. But Jason brought up a good point. Like dress down does work. It's just not that easy. Is my opinion. Like it's a 2 card combo here, right? And a lot of times, like the swords, the plowshares, and the they could Jace. That is valid. So they if they have the fourth land, they could end the turn dress down, but Jace into Jace. But again, that's like asking a lot. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think I've only happened to have the progenitors against this kind of deck answered once or twice by the dress down. I could be wrong, but I think it was only once or twice. It was at least once. I know it's definitely happened. I just don't. I don't think it's happened much because you're typically spending the swords early to answer their early mana production, and I believe that's correct to do. Now, Jace is you can argue a late card, and if they dress down to Jace, then it just so happened they had the right sequence of cards. But interesting. See, I don't know if I swords the shepherd there. I don't agree with that play because you're gonna be dead to the progenitors anyways. Maybe they're just afraid of the pump, which is like I guess valid. All right, I'm definitely boggy here. Possible, yeah. Actually, no. Yeah, they have the. I don't know if the STP is doing a lot there. To be honest, like you kind of have to sweep. But maybe their only out now is like now their outs are like severely limited now, right? Like you have to go dress down. Yeah, it has to be dressed down into exactly STP now. I've been asked the question by Pokimoki, I think Jeff White, like how good Dress Down is against elves, and his interpretation was pretty accurate. Like out of the miracles type decks, it's annoying, but it's beatable. For those of you who play control and you haven't tried it yet, like I definitely keep it in if you're playing from the control side. Like you can stifle a Crater Hoof or like prison, like cheat an Earl, things like that. But there is counterplay, which is nice. It's not the end all. Swords. Yeah. Again, I lead with that card because I just don't think it's very good. I mean, and they cannot not kill it because like a cradle mana and things like that. So the line here is like fairly evident. I think. I think I'm gonna go Birch Lore into protection pieces. If they have Wasteland, that would be a little awkward, but I'm assuming they don't. And this is a control deck. Possible I should have played the Savannah, but I just it's weird to me that Saga deck is now a thing because like I'm not used to Tundra and Wasteland being the same deck. Don't tell me they're gonna back to basics in here. Sure, that's okay. Again, right? We get rewarded here because we still can set up our visionary and plus symbiote like recursion. Our friend of the program, Jonathan Zhang, would say this is a twin situation, and not only is it a twin situation, what is it called? Symbiote is practically Griselbrand. Oh my god. I think there's no reason not to play, and we're gonna play around the back to basics here. I mean, you never know, but people do. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and main phase bounce because in case they sweep. Sure. So the nice thing about this is they tapped out for Jace. Jace is gonna go down next turn from a Shepherd activation. Let me see if there's okay. We still have enough mana to do it here. My worry is they put Terminus on top, so I'm gonna naturally play around that. What I'm gonna do is, yeah, I'm gonna take down Jace, and then I'm gonna proactively bounce Divisioneer again. There's no need. We're like pretty ahead. There's really no need to overextend here. Like if they have Terminus on top, we lose two creatures. That's okay. Okay, so yeah. Like they're seeing how we're playing. We're not gonna lose to a Terminus here. Like if they have Terminus, we have a ton of game left, and I think they probably don't. And then the writing's on the wall. Uh, Something interesting about Progenitus is, as many of you know, this card tends to find its way into your hand a lot. I as evident by the previous match, I think it's far still worth it because not only is it an upgrade over Archon, it's just very difficult to deal with. Like protection from everything. Mm. Another thing that's worth mentioning is the split. It's you can imagine these are like heritage druids, but like three heritage, two birchwood. The reason why is against Delver, you want to make sure if the first one dies, you still have colored mana in case you draw two swords. Pretty relevant against DNT too, or like anything where you need to draw swords. Against the bug decks, if you glimpse the combo and then eventually draw into a Thoughtseize, it's pretty relevant there too. We have two draws for a land. I think I like my chances. So the first fetch is gonna get a Savannah. Probably just run out the Heritage again and then see if they react. Oh my god! Speaking of which, we really need to hit land drop here. It would make the hand a lot better. This is just absolute worst draw we could have had. The thing about this hand is like I don't like to mulligan at all, and because this is like the thing about Elves is it's actually a critical mass deck. Just not it's similar to Storm, but what did they do? Put two cards on bottom scry. Um, Probably just leave with this. Yeah, it's a critical mass deck, except you want creatures to the board instead of just cards in hand. The play pattern of this deck is like it's like the creature version of Ant. Ugh. Actually, no. If they have a Snapcaster, it's a bad attack, so I'm just gonna pass. If they have the what is it called? The Hull Breacher, we can kill it next turn. Okay, so we were right about the Hull Breacher. I just didn't want to bounce and like be behind tempo wise. Yikes. Brainstorm? Yeah. My guess is they don't have Terminus because they wouldn't have played the Hull Breacher. This Swords is almost guaranteed to draw a force, but we'll see. Yep. Slightly punished for that keep now, but I mean, I played the percentages. I think it was fine. It's another reason earlier why I like Once Upon a Time in Elves. It's because you have a lot more keepable hands, and to hit a land off your first two draws is like I forget it's like 60% or something like that. It's pretty high. And we're actually still not out of this game. We just haven't drawn very well. Yeah, I think keeping is like defensible. I thought about blocking actually, but we want a cradle to turn on, so maybe not. Man. Alright, we can test for Containment Priest. If they have it, so be it. Like, if they have the Containment Priest, it's a lot of pressure anyways. I think we're losing. It's close, close. Actually, no. We don't win if we make that block. So we lost this game to mana essentially. Moral of the story, like I mean, I think I still keep. I don't remember exactly what the hand was, but it felt fine. Like you hit a land drop, the hand's actually very good. I think we run it back. I actually like the swords even more now that we see Mentor. Actually, I think I was gonna. Oh, I could swap the Heritage Druid for a Cradle. That probably it might be okay too. I just don't like drawing multiple Cradles against these kind of non-wasteland decks. Um, I think I just run this out, see what they do. If they want to force a glimpse, like that's fine with us actually. Like this is the one mana hidden, right? Jeez, that's way too many now. We get somewhat blown out by swords, but I mean, I'm debating about whether to fetch Arbor here. I think it's probably worth it because of Cradle and things and untap effects. We still have another land too, so it's not the end of the world. Hmm. Could be a Terminus on top. Let me see what they did. Counterbalance. Okay, that's kind of annoying now. I can never escape this card. No matter how hard I try. Okay. A Shepherd top deck would be very good here. Natural Order is not bad either. They're almost certainly going to put a 1 on top. I only a few times people have gotten me like they just like next level me and assume that I want to put a 2. So like shout out to that. Like, but for the most part, If it's a man, if it's a hull breacher, we get pretty blown out. I think I'm just gonna pass. Francisco mentioned this earlier, but like especially account people are playing counterbalance, definitely want a disenchant effect because you cannot rely on your shepherd to live. Hmm. Play brainstorm, flooded strand. I'm almost certain a one is on top. So there's a couple of things we can get. We can get Gris or Progenitus here. I think we just go for the high upside play and get Progenitus. Oh my god, they got. Okay. That would be one reason, by the way, to check with Glimpse of Nature. If you think that they put Terminus on top, we're gonna do it in response so they can't set it up. Actually, no. I think what we should have done was the choice that would have been safe was to get the Gris. The shields are potentially down, so yeah, we definitely should have got Gris there. I just thought that was playing it a little bit too safe is the only thing. But I'm not sure they're able to beat a Gris. That's the other thing, right? I'm not gonna expose this. Ooh, speaking of the devil. Speaking of the devil. If they have a Snapcaster, then so be it. Like we can't really play around that at the moment. Like we need to start trying to end this game. It's a little concerning that they bottomed the Supreme Verdict. Like it's like weird, right? They have Mentor and then so like okay, interesting. Oh, they want to attack the grist down. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We got a little bit lucky. I'm not gonna lie. Like in hindsight, it might have been better to just get the grist and play it safe because I don't think we're losing if this resolves. But we got bailed out. Like we drew it naturally, and that card is a monster against control decks. Like on the natural order turn, it was a little bit suspicious. Um, Actually, no. The real punt may be not. Well, it's hard to say, right? Because if they have the sweeper, the terminus, or the supreme verdict, what are we gonna do? Not jam? Like well, actually, what we do is we cast the glimpse. They don't reveal. We assume it's a sweeper, and then we get the grist if that's the case. So that might have been the better line. I just assumed it was gonna be a one on top, and I guess sometimes it could be the sweeper. It's just the percentages is just a much higher winning play though is the only thing. Cradle, there it is. Almost always is correct to Green Sun. The exception to that is if you have no payoff, then you gotta save it for a Visionaire or Grist. That's like okay too. Sure. So the line here is pretty nice. I think with a Cradle we have enough mana now. If they want to waste us a second time, they're like pretty behind in my opinion. All right, so they're gonna go for that line. That's okay with us, I think. I think it's gonna be difficult for our opponent to win if all they do is like set themselves back. Actually, hold on. We could Once Upon a Time, or we can Green Sun. Actually, I think Green Sun is better here. Protect the board immediately, and then preemptively bounce, and then attack for 3. Yeah, the game's like way out of hand already. The unfortunately the downside is we don't know what our opponent's on, right? Like, um, it's probably Delver, but like we don't know for sure. We probably board it if they're a Delver. That's the highest percentage. Um, Another way to safely board is to leave in the natural orders in case there are something like I don't know DNT or goblins or whatnot or lands. let me think. What do you think, chat? Should we assume they're on Delver? Probably, I think. Oops. Did we just... Wasteland is probably fine here. Oh, they're on that deck. The good thing is we boarded correctly. I think they're on the Saga deck, but Porn is like very strange to me. They could be on Miracles with... Man, what a crazy list. They're on Miracles with um, Wasteland. Tip the fetch. Um, if they remove it, it is what it is. They probably have removal, if I were to guess. That deck plays like 7 of them. So possible I could have led with the symbiote, but I think that's fine. I think in this case we get rewarded now, in the sense that we can just have our hand. It would have been nice to have the reclaimer, but this is like pretty good too. And then we can start threatening like to 10 ball them. That's okay with us. We did it intentionally because we want. Ugh, okay. We wanted them to waste because we have a second one. They probably named Warwood, if I were to guess. Yeah. So that they can kill the Shepherd or the Birchlore. Oh man, I missed that attack. I should have attacked with this too. Sometimes I am scared that a missed point of damage is going to be relevant later on. I'm surprised they got this card against us. I don't think it's very good. But maybe that's their only other target. Ooh, that's annoying now. 4, 5. If they have a Pyroclasm, we're probably not winning anyways. That's why I preemptively fetched the Arbor there. Hopefully I did not just jinx myself, and that's what they have. Jesus. My God, that is like. Oh, they're just dead though. I don't know why they tapped out like that. I mean, I think they're just dead, but. Right, they block one, they're at two. What am I missing here? They needed to not do it immediately, but I think they. But then the problem is like you turn on the Shepherd um, activation, so they have to chump it anyways. But I mean, you get another turn. Low key, Static Caster is actually one of the more annoying creatures for me to deal with. Less so now that I'm playing swords, but before it would be a major problem because it's a 0/3, which is right outside. X3s tend to be the bane of elves, at least for me, because a Cabal Pit can't hit it. Neither can the red equivalent, which is what is it called? Barbarian Ring. Yikes. Speaking of the devil. So he knows we're on elves, and we know that he's on what is it called? Reanimator. So I think that benefits him definitely game one. I think here we want the shepherd because we're gonna hold up. Well, we can develop our board faster. So yeah, actually, let's do that. I don't think it's gonna matter. My guess is he's gonna keep it turn one because he knows what we're on. Yeah, this is like the bad thing about people know where you if you know where you're on, you don't have force of will. Like this wouldn't happen. What is it called? This wouldn't happen if I was on a different username, for instance, or it could still happen. It's just like they do it without any fear is the only thing. That's probably the better way for me to put it. We actually I messed up. I should have kept the no, okay, it doesn't matter. I should have kept the ranger because we can draw Grist as an out. Uh, if your opponent knows what you're on, this matchup is game one is almost unwinnable. One more. We're short anyways. Concede. He's been back. I showed it earlier, but I think they're like first or second in the trophy race right now. It's also much harder when they know your hate, which I believe he does know my list. But the key thing is like varying your hate helps a lot too. I think the wasteland's probably worth it. We just want any disruption. A common question I get is why not bring the collector roof? By the time it matters, it's decided one way or another, in my opinion. Ugh, this is like very tempting. It doesn't play magic, unfortunately, so I think we have to mull. I think this is a keep though. Yikes. Okay, wrong land. I thought about it, Romero. I just the problem is like I know he has show and tells too. I think we're just dead. Like we needed to hit the black source on turn one there. He's got to go for it here. Like, and but he knows about the swords. Like he out, outside of show and tell, he cannot allow me to untap with a reclaimer. The problem is we wanted to keep the turn the what is it called? We wanted to keep the hand game one. The man, that's tough. Like we had a wasteland that potentially is like relevant, but sure. It's gonna be dark entomb into reanimate, I think, or dark ritual into mixum. Yeah. We would have got rewarded for the maybe we should have kept the seven. Given how bad this matchup is, the correct play actually would have been to fetch the reclaimer, the cradle away and fetch the thin for the source of plowshares. I so that could also happen, right? Like, okay. Actually, yeah, we're dead. I don't want to reveal. Well, we've already revealed one sword, but I don't want to reveal the rest. Uh, I think yeah, it's debatable on that. Chad, what do you think? Romero thinks keep on the the other hand. Um, the problem with this is like you don't do it potentially don't do anything for a while. You have a cradle, you have a wasteland. If you draw a land, you probably play the waterwood and then play the reclaimer. So it's like 2 turns deep. Actually, to be honest, if you draw a land, you probably just green sun because you want to get to natural order faster. The wasteland probably buys time against show and tell though, but yeah, I think in hindsight maybe we keep because if we're afraid of show and tell, it does help. So we play the cradle here. Next turn we hope to draw a land. We have like 20-ish in the deck. Um, if we don't draw, we play the wasteland. Well, actually, yeah, we may or may not play the wasteland, and then yeah, it actually might have been okay. Unfortunate though. This is fine, I think. I prefer not drawing natural order Anger's in the same hand, but it's not the. It's like the equivalent. This is almost the equivalent of. It's slightly better than like having a natural order and like one or two fatties in hand. But I mean, I said it before. I tend to not to mulligan. Oh my god, it's another. Okay, for a second I thought it was another combo reanimator player. For what it's worth, our opponent said, "Good luck, have fun." And anytime somebody does that to me, I get real nervous because I either get Chalice turn one or I die to Crystal Brand on turn one. Anytime somebody messes the old good luck, have fun, like I get real nervous. Also, Verdant is kind of a scary fetch to see. Um, I think we hold up the crop. It could be like Pox or something. Like we want to play around Wasteland. The damage doesn't matter. Sure. They waste us. There's nothing we can do anyways. Because they can waste the Arbor or the Okay, so they do have the Wasteland. I've run into an abnormal amount of Pox players like in the last few weeks. I don't know if it's like real why it's real popular at the moment. So, yep. Nice. That's actually a very good draw. If they have a what is it called sinkhole, then we lose that. But I don't think they run that anymore. Smallpox would be bad here though, but like The fetch land loses to that anyways. Um, we probably block. We don't want them getting to 3 mana. I would did not expect that, to be honest. Hopefully they don't have the Liliana. What in the world? That almost helps us, in my opinion. They might. I mean, uh, to be honest, I don't know what could be in their list. I thought they were on Pox for a second, but we've seen two other colors now. One of which is not normal in Pox. So I do not know. The correct take, by the way, is Visionary. I think taking Natural Order is playing scared. Taking Grace is like reasonable too. What is going on? Oh, I see. Huh. That is annoying. The good thing is I actually don't think this is that good against us, for what it's worth. Like it's solid, but I don't think. Um, just double check. I don't think that's what decides games. Like I'm a little relieved they didn't take the Visionary. But I guess their logic is maybe they just if I top deck a land, they lose the Gris, which is valid. But now like we're a mana short of the Natural Order, which is like far scarier. We're not gonna block. They're probably gonna kill one of our dudes. If I were to guess. Yeah. Probably the Arbor. Could be the Ranger. Goyf? Okay, now I'm really confused. Maybe this is just like a Jundish. I don't know. Man, not what I want to see. The last two draws have been very painful. Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is. Like, you don't really expect to play against this in like a bigger event, but oh my god. Okay. We have no choice. We have to go now for the glimpse. That was an insane draw. Wow, we are not too far away from stealing this, actually. Depending what they do, we're not gonna block. We can't win if we do. The verdant would have been nice. Not gonna lie. The verdant would have been nice. Land we win, I think. Oh, oh my god, I feel like the Croxa. Never mind, I take that back. It's close. Yeah, I think that's what they did. I don't know if this is like a deck in modern, but it feels like it is. I mean, we would have lost anyways, because we needed to not draw the hoof there. Um, I think swords is good. I also think Progenitus is very good here. Bog seems decent. Shepherd seems really bad. Cabal Pit probably for Plague Engineer. And I think the rest is like solid. Um, yeah, I think Crop Rotation is better here than the Shepherds, which seem awful here to me. This card is like very polarizing. It's kind of like the Elf Ragavan, where it's like terrible against non-blue and Chalice. So I'm gonna lead actually with the Ranger here, and the logic is, well, actually, they could just turn one Thoughtseize us, so that's fair too. Um, but actually, yeah, actually they probably do that. So I'm gonna go turn one Reclaimer. Uh, Here's a useful tip: if you have an active Reclaimer, make sure to main phase fetch. And the reasoning is so you can respond to removal. I'm gonna let's see. I think I want to pitch the basic here. If they want to wasteland us, they can wasteland us. Okay, so they're just down a card with the lightning bolt, but up a man, I guess. Like the fact that they Inquisition here off the thing tells me that they either gonna wasteland us here or don't have another land. Yeah. I don't think our opponent made the right choice. Doesn't seem right to me to burn a lightning bolt just to get a Ragavan trigger there. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Visionary? Oof. Not the end of the world. Symbiote's not bad. I think we're gonna bash. An oldie but goodie that would be good on this board right now is Marsh Casualties, but I don't think any deck plays that anymore. It's highly likely that they didn't see the Reclaimer line 434. Like I, because it doesn't make sense to me why they would just burn a bolt just for that. That can't be right. Unless, yeah, that can't be right. That's what I thought they were gonna do actually, and they did what we thought they were gonna do. Maybe, yeah, but the minute they did that, I had a feeling they were gonna try to vault it and not realize I could just bounce again. And now they are just like very, very far behind. I think that's just game. Let me see. It's kind of like that. I agree. But the bad part was, I guess they made two different mistakes, right? The first one was, and I don't think it was intentional, but because it doesn't seem like the right play to me, was bolting the Reclaimer when it's there's two lands in the yard and it's active. And then the second one, obviously, is one if you're not familiar with the Elf archetype, trying to bolt when Wirewood is out. Sometimes it's correct to do that. There have been scenarios where like I got burned because I played. For instance, my opponent wanted to get Euro online, and they needed me to not untap with Reclaimer and bog them. So that's like one instance, but more often than not, probably wrong. Yeah, Romero. When somebody does that with Ranger in play, I just think they either haven't seen the matchup before or they forgot. I mean, it happens. Like there's stuff where like that's on board, I miss it, and that's pretty straightforward. Um, I think the way we boarded is fine. I don't remember how we lost game one, but I feel like this matchup should be good. Like your goal is just to get the progenitors, which is in our hand, unfortunately. The crop is kind of bad here. I'm gonna mull. That's even worse, I think. But I'm gonna keep. I think we want to hit lands. I'm gonna put back. Well, the heritage is kind of bad, so let's do that. That is another awful draw. I should have actually put the swords back because I don't want to fetch Savannah anyways. So I should have thought about it a little more. Yeah, and then that allows us to trade the heritage with the Ragavan here. We probably don't block. That's actually kind of funny. It can get Tarmogoyf. Here we block bounce. Actually, yeah. I'm debating about it. They have the mana already, so maybe not. Yeah, we let it through. I think we want the mana. Buy you, that's fine. They Bloodbraid here. I think we're okay with that. That's actually more than fine. I'm really glad in Bounce the Visionary. That's what I thought could happen too. Like they forced me to bounce and then they hit me. That's a pretty nice sequence of draws. I keep doing that. I should have attacked, like, and clicked through it. I think here we block and bounce. The damage is gonna start to add up now. That's actually good for us, I think. Wow, that's an insane draw. I want to make sure I have the mana though first. We're at a virtual five, maybe two at the moment if they have Bolt in hand. But we're starting to unlock our lands, so we're not too far off from a kill too. Not to mention the Swords of Plowshares is now solid. We have to swords the that thing now because we could die to Bolt. All right. I think this could be easy mode now. If they had the Assassin's Trophy, this is like slightly more damage. All right, we got there. Not bad. We got 4-1 into I guess 0-3 drop into 4-1 again. Um, our loss to Reanimator, which potentially punted, but it's hard to say. Like that was a questionable keep, I think, but maybe we did. I think the deck is fine. Like, let me see what we lost to in that one stretch where we lost three in a row. One second, let me put this to the side. We lost to the Painter deck. We lost to. Oh, we lost to the Painter. We lost to Depths, and we lost to Reanimator. So I guess three combo decks in that league. Uh, if people are interested, I don't mind playing some more. What does chat think? Would you guys be interested in another league or not? Okay, yeah, I guess like if we don't finish another league, that's probably okay too. And we'll like if we go like 2 games in or something, then it's like time to sleep or whatnot. I guess we can start another league. I'm gonna bring back up the deck real fast just to see if I want to make any changes. We went 4-1 here, and uh, the only loss was to Reanimator. I think we probably can beat Reanimator. We just didn't. Maybe it's my fault for mulling that first hand, but I think this sideboard is like kind of equipped to deal with it. Excuse me. It would be even better if I had more lane line, but then I make myself a little bit soft to those other turn one decks. The Wasteland hasn't been super relevant yet, so that could be even another piece of combo hate. Um, and I know the minute I say that, I'm gonna run into Cloud Post, right, with Glacial Chasm. It's actually pretty decent too against the Dark Depths decks. Um, Unfortunately, our opponent in the other league drew really well and drew out of it. I probably still want it, to be honest. Um, yeah, I think this list is probably okay just for now. I'll just start another league and then give me about a minute to use the restroom and get more water. But I'll be right back, and then we'll play a couple matches. Okay, I am back. Yeah, so a question that was brought up earlier is, yeah, Eric Landon is playing again. Um, some of these other ones I don't really know. Obviously, Alurin, Delver. Sorry, Reanimator, Alurin, Delver. I think this is Delver. Hey, Jonathan, you missed some great action earlier. We stomped on some blue decks earlier. Okay, I think this is a Lance player. That is not. That doesn't bode well for us, unfortunately. This bog could randomly be relevant. I think I'll just put the Shepherd back. I'm assuming they're on lands. They've always been on lands every time. Yeah, Taiga. This is not really the matchup I want to see, unfortunately. It's either the land or the symbiote. And I think the symbiote does more. And then we'll just ramp. We lost to some of your buddies tonight so far. Ugh. Uh, Jay Z. Brand came out a couple times. Jeez. Okay. We might have just lost. Jeez. So remember how I was saying I was debating about that land, right? Like, did not think that was gonna happen right now. Lands tend to be pretty good in this matchup. The irony, right? All right, at least we got that. It's funny too because I play against these land players. A lot of times they turn one crop rotation for Tabernacle. Waste tab go from there. Wait, are we drawing dead? I don't think we're drawing dead now. Why would you say that? This is game one. We don't have wasteland. For what it's worth, Jay Z. Uh, I think here it's probably correct to. Well, if they had the wasteland, they probably would have wasted this, to be honest. But I don't want to expose. I think I'm just gonna bash. Like we're gonna start putting pressure on. I don't think I'm gonna fetch there. I'm gonna fetch on my turn. Sure. Hmm. That's kind of neat. We have a decent clock now, and if we had the right hand, we can just what's it called natural order. You wouldn't be the first. I've had these lands players just like turn one crop rotation tabernacle, and then they wait there for like 5 seconds, expecting me to concede, and I don't. And then I think they so it must happen a lot. I'm a little bit kicking myself for not playing the Wirewood because I would the clock would be tremendous right now. But they do have the Saga out for what it's worth. All right, so the trick here is this is like pretty important. We know that they have a punishing fire. We get punished if pun intended or pun unintended if we tap out these two because we're tapping two and then they're gonna kill one of them. And this one is self fulfilling, so to speak. Like, I can't stress that it's important to tap correctly here. All right. We know their hand, and I think we have the kill. Yeah, I think we have the kill here. Sure. Wait, cancel. Dark ritual. Yes, exactly. This is just too sweet. We pretty much did our impersonation of Ant here. Sure, that's fine. They're gonna try to block, but it's not enough. Like we use crop rotation as a dark ritual there, guys and gals. And this matchup is very hard actually too. So I'm pretty happy about stealing game one. Getting that wasteland. Good thing we didn't board it out. I mean, took it out. Grist is pretty slow in this matchup. I won Grist like game one against them, but it's just not really what we want to be. Leyline's like pretty solid, I think. Like they have like punishing fire shenanigans. Debatable if we want swords plus leyline. I think yes, so we don't just get hosed by merit. Excuse me, merit lage. I think the rest is fine. But yeah, I've had Lance players definitely like go turn one, crop rotation, tabernacle, and they know they're playing an elf player. They pause for 5 seconds or 10 seconds, confused why I haven't conceded, and then because they must have win that a lot because that way a lot. It is nice, I agree. Reclaimer is just insane in this matchup too. Like, and it took me a while to learn how to play Reclaimer in this matchup, but the fact that you can pitch an arbor with a tabernacle trigger on the stag is just gross. And then get cradle to pay for all your dudes. It really does. Like the reason why I play is not because I just like have I mean, I do like the play patterns of it for what it's worth. I just think it has too much text. Is the thing. In a lot of matchups, like especially Graveyard or Delver, if you untap with Reclaimer, the game's over. Like I've had a lot of games against Delver in the past on stream where I untap with Reclaimer on turn two and I just tell chat the game's over already. Like that's how ridiculous it can be. I think we. Yeah, yeah. Tribal has a reputation for punishing blue. I think here we save the green sun. We need like what is it called? We need action. Yeah, there's all the we have all the DNT, the Goblin players here. One day, well, I guess Empty the Warrens is kind of like a Goblin player. Jonathan has played Empty the Warrens in the past. Uh, this is a little bit awkward, not gonna lie, because they can get depths and then I've seen it. I don't know. I don't think it's optimal though. Don't lump me in. That's pretty funny. I think I'm just gonna play. Oops, wrong one. I'm gonna main phase the foothills again here. Get the savannah, and then pass and see what they do. That's quite annoying, but okay. The reason why I want to let that resolve is because of the wasteland, right? I want to protect my savannah. If okay, I'm gonna go for the cradle here. If they want to waste me, so like go for it. Ooh, that's pretty good. I'm gonna leave mana up and swords up. I don't think swords really matters here, to be honest. But like, I'm not gonna swords the reclaimer when they can make a mirror lage pretty soon. Oof, that's quite annoying. Um, yeah, I thought about that, Jason. But yeah, that's a good point. I didn't want to just lose to they have crop rotation as well in their deck. I didn't want to just like lose to a naturally played or a crop rotation what is it called? A crop rotation dark depths is my logic, but that's a good observation. I think I have to pass here. I cannot tap out. I think the line here is to attack with one reclaimer and to start pressuring. We're still quite a while away from comboing. Ew. I cannot believe they are playing that card. That doesn't make any sense why they would keep this in against me, but I mean, they got me, I guess. Alright, I think I just have to. Well, that can't. No, they cannot be sure on good cards. Like, there's no way this is right. There's like I looked at the land sideboard before. They have a ton of stuff, and this doesn't seem very good. It just happens to be good here. Ugh. I think we have to save the swords, to be honest, and let them have it. Yeah, I don't agree this is right, but it is what it is. Like now I have to like play around that potentially. like I've been blown up by endurance out of like people blue decks just have nothing to bring in against me. Like, and I don't even think that's correct for whatever it's worth. But I mean, it is what it is. Like, I cannot imagine this is correct. You might be right because of the wasteland. So I may. So I think that's a good point. What I may do is okay. So they're down a card. I may just swap the Bayou right here and rotate it for an Arbor. Although actually, I cannot do that because it wasteland me as well. So that's kind of bad. Actually, undo. I'll do it this way. All right, that's like this is actually pretty good. We can glimpse for value here. If they want to wasteland us, like it is what it is. Actually, I should not have done it that way. Actually, it's probably okay still. They may waste here, but if they waste the Arbor, I'm actually happy with that. Sure. Um, I think I want Heritage. All right, we didn't get super punished. I think we're in a pretty good spot now to win. Like they're not anywhere near close to a combo. Maybe that's Blast Zone. Ugh, that's gross. I think on this board, say we want Visionary. And then we can rebuild. That is a hell of a draw. When in doubt. I cannot imagine not taking 8 is correct. They must have a crop rotation because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. I mean, they could have the endurance again, I guess, but like, I don't think it's correct to play around that. It's probably the crop rotation for the Mirror Lage here. And now we get the full blowout. They do have this library still. It does feel bad. I agree. What I probably should have done was actually wait for the library to trigger first. Yeah. Like, we know they don't have Sajiri Steep, but they didn't even eat any life for some reason. It's gotta be Cradle, I think. In case we draw a Green Sun. Oh, that's awkward. Somehow, I doubt not drawing 8 is correct when you're at 33 life. Time to deck thin. I mean, there's scenarios where I haven't drawn 8 myself. Actually, Wasteland might just be correct here. So I don't get hosed, right? Yeah, I think that's correct. That's pretty good. Are they conceding? What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like our opponent didn't play optimally there. Like, it did, aside from just not taking 8 blindly every turn. Um, Agreed about Caracas is dead against us. We don't have any relevant legendaries besides Prevenus, which can't even be targeted. Yeah, I think Port is like decent in this matchup too, right? Because you want to lock up the elf mana, but maybe they're not like as familiar. Agreed. So like that's the thing, right? Like the when I used to play library and elves, like people would tell me, "Oh yeah, you blindly take 8, right?" I said that's not necessarily true because sometimes you have like 3 dead cards and one of them is a fetch. So I just don't pay anything because I want a fresh 8 the following turn. Azuri, which Azuri is this? I feel like I have, I just don't remember. Is this? Oh, this is the pump. Yeah, I think they have in the past, like mono green version. Packmaster is like fringe. I've seen it in the list. I just don't think it's very good personally. Um, I think the thing about Packmaster is like when Packmaster is good, Wilt Leaf Liege is probably just better in most cases. Same opponent. That has seen play as an out to like Glacier Chasm or things like that, but very fringe as well. I think, man, this is slow. Mole punished. In general, I think game one you want a fast kill. Like they're mulling for the nuts against you a lot of times. Part of the plight of non force will decks. So the thing about this version also is like it's very important not to panic. Um, I cannot stress how important it is because it almost plays like Ant. You're almost like a control deck. Actually, that's not right. Mirroring Elvish Reclaimers. They might punishing fire, yeah. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I think here now we have no. Well, that's not true, and necessarily true. If they actually, if they wasteland us here, it's pretty bad. Tabernacle's pretty bad. Um, Probably just ramp, to be honest. The other hand, like on 7, I think would have been too slow. Like you have the Reclaimer, which is like really strong in this matchup, but more so post board. Like, oh my god, it is not, but it's not uncommon. Like, man, this is pretty bad for us. I've seen like one or two, and I've seen it in the sideboard. It's not in the stock list, but it's not unheard of. I think we're probably just dead, right? Unless we answer this. For what it's worth, I don't think that first hand was going to get there anyways because we lead with Reclaimer. They only have 3 punishing fire, and we get punished, pun intended. Don't tell me there's a second. Oh, that's pretty bad too. I don't. Most of the time, unless you compare Wasteland with Tabernacle, it's typically not the end of the world. Yeah, I think Eli's like 50-50 might be right. I don't know what it is at the moment. I've seen it both ways. Ooh, that's not bad. Actually, that's really good. Um, I'm debating if I want this. Probably not. We're back in the game. I've seen it like as a way to deal with plague engineer. It dies to a sneeze though, so I don't like it. It's also good randomly in the mirror for the forest walk, like that can be relevant, but I typically don't like what is it called? I typically don't like Elvis Champion. It dies to a sneeze, like anything kills it is what I'm saying. Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing. Like, why not play it safe and get the second grove? Like, you're way ahead. Oh my god. I mean, we still might lose. Like, we're just so far behind at the moment. It might be GG now. Like that loam is a problem. Yeah. We just can't get. Well, we moto 5 too. So what can we do, right? Like, I want to play it out, but I'm pretty sure this is an L. Yeah. If chat wants me to, anybody feel free to just say go to game 2, and I'll go to game 2. Like, there's no. I don't want to, make you guys suffer. I know, right? I didn't see this reclaimer game one. I mean, the previous match. It's like they counter queued us. Yeah, especially show and tell. They beat most of the fair decks though. Like I don't know. As far as I understand, they just punt the fair matchups. Which, I mean, good luck getting late into a tournament. Like if you do that. Sometimes it can work out. My boy Jarv Dog, Jarvis U, won GP Seattle doing that. What am I? Oh. Now we're really dead. It says we have this annoying tabernacle to deal with too. They should be getting depths. Oh, sorry, not depth stage right now, but we'll see. Damn, they got the perfect mana base. Our opponent should be making a merit lage here. For who knows what reason, maybe they won't. It's kind of crazy. I guess all those fetches. I'm dead to one shot here. Yep. All right, let's see if we can get it. We just played. So Levi, if you just joined, we just played against this opponent, so they know all our techs, or our tech sideboard cards. But we won the first match. This is the counter queue that they just did against us. And we do not want to grind against this matchup. I mean, we could. It's just not preferred. The thing about Visionary and Wirewood is just very awkward in this matchup. You just the card advantage does not really matter. Like it's all about like who has the more explosive hands. And you typically want a fast kill along with like maybe a swords or like a crop rotation for Wasteland. Not bad. The hoof is bad, but everything else is good. Please do not kill my turn one reclaimer. That's all I ask. Looks like it's gonna die. Could be a sphere of resistance. Ooh, that is an excellent draw. Why do you gotta do that? Oh, that makes it so awkward now. I don't think we can realistically. The thing is, like, we die to a crop rotation, so I don't think we can afford to tap out here. Not to mention the wasteland is like real awkward. I don't think we attack and give them the 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 clue that we have crop rotation in hand. We gotta pretend like we're protecting our savannah. My guess is one of those cards in hand is probably Loam. Yeah, it's just not even worth it. I think we want to get. Hmm. The wasteland is awkward because they can play around it. I think we get a fetch. And if they go for it, we blow them out. Why do you gotta do that? They might be playing around the swords. I I'm assuming one card in hand is loam, but it's hard to say. Our hands, our draws have just been awful. The other thing is getting wasteland. Like if they draw a second thespian stage, they can copy our wasteland, which is awkward. It might have been a mistake to fetch the savannah because I think we might have been better off just keeping it as a fetch so that we don't expose it to ghost quarter and wasteland. Yikes! All right, so it's happening now. We need a Birch Lord in the baddest way now. I know, right? Oh my god. I mean, I'm trying. If I can just draw a creature. They must not have the combo because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Mazavith, maybe? Now we're just dead. Ugh. Gotta bluff it at least. Man, if we had drawn like anything, we might have been able to win. The real mistake, though, and it's on me, was fetching for the second Savannah when I didn't need to. I should have left the fetch there, and I thought it at the time too, but I ended up choosing not to, and that was the mistake. I should have not done it that way. Yeah, I know. It was great for a poker hand, right? This player is usually on goblins, I think. I've seen them play other things, but I don't know. I forget what else. Uh, that was a painful loss. Kind of funny though, with the poker hand. Oh, that's actually hilarious. Yeah, if it's 61, it would be goblins. Man, not great, but I think I keep this. I've seen them play some strange things, so and Pox is one of them. That's not Pox. It could be Reanimator. I've seen them play Reanimator too. Now that I think about it, the reason why I remember this is because Eli and I have shared the same story about this pilot saying, "Oh, big fan," and then proceeds to turn one on us. It's got to be Reanimator. I can't see it being anything but not like I can't see it being anything but Reanimator. I'll put it that way. Man, probably should have led with the Ranger because they have full information right now. But I don't. Yeah, therapy in this economy just seems kind of dicey. All right, we're just dead. Oh, maybe it's a Grave Time. Oh, we can beat that. I mean, it's not easy, but we can be a gravy train. We have probably three-ish turns. Or natural order is probably the easiest. Ugh. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Like, if they're smart, they hit the ranger actually, but they may hit the waterway just because it just feels too good. But I should not have given them the option. If that makes sense, yeah, I'm okay with them hitting the waterway. Like that's not really how we're winning this game. The way we win this game is with the natural order likely. That's actually pretty good too. To unlock our lands, our mana. All right, we're gonna take 8 here. That's okay. We have like several live draws. We don't have to block the gravy train yet. Take 8. We're at 11. That's probably okay. Next turn, we have to now block the gravy train. Uh, I guess they didn't know our hand. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, I think of you a lot, Eli. I think it was this exact user. Oh, there's the glimpse that we're looking for. I think it was this exact user that said big fan and then proceeds to turn one. Let me think. We have one, two, three, four mana. Probably worth it still to value glimpse and then just chump the gravy train. Actually, hold on. I can't visit. Yeah, that Cradle would have been nice here for sure, but I don't think we can wait. Is the other thing. Well, there's the Nash order. There's the Cradle. Okay, it's like lined up for us perfectly. No blocks, and we're gonna chump one, and then it should be game. Well, we had to. I did say we had to go off there, or not, let me rephrase that. We had to try to at least, get there, so to speak. But yes, we're running perfects there. Okay, we chump the gravy train. Go to five now, and we have lethal barring, a therapy or a duress here. Ooh, that is actually scary. Now I regret blocking with that. Oh no, they have. Wait. Oh my god. Man, we got super punished. Oh my god. All right, note to self: make sure to block with the two wirewoods. But oh my god, we got super punished for not blocking with a reclaimer there. Oh my god. That's on me. I lost that game. Oh, that feels really bad. That one's on me though. The good thing is, it's the type of mistake I won't make ever again. Hopefully. Because that was really bad, what just happened. I don't think Gris is actually good in here. I mean, maybe it kills that emissary or whatever, but yeah, I actually don't like it. Oh, that was painful. I think that's the most punished I've ever been for blocking wrong. Why would they keep this hand? Seems bad. Probably the push, to be honest. They may name like surgical or natural order or something. I don't know. Wow, I cannot believe they named Visionary. It's literally the only one left in my deck. Hmm. I think we ramp then, if that's the case. They could hardcast stuff. It's probably maybe safer to get the reclaimer, but like we're close to lethal here. Oh, they're gonna reanimate our Visionaire again. Yeah. Oh my god. Actually, I should have seen that coming, to be honest. Actually, no. Wow, man, that's kind of hard to say. I cannot believe they would name Visionary though. Like, there's no way that's right. Ugh. What is going on here? This is really winning on the margins, I guess. Hmm. Yeah. Now I really regret like not getting the. Now I really not regret not getting the reclaimer. All right. Thanks for hopping on, Jay Z. Yeah. Hopefully we can salvage this. What looks like a bleak league at the moment. We were 4-1 in the previous league, and then losing to Reanimator again. Actually, this will be the third time tonight. On the bright side, Ratchet Bomb would have answered the other reclaimer we tutored for. Yeah, it's weird because I think Oops is like the better deck for what it's worth. But I maybe I don't know. It's hard to say. Like I trust Jax's opinion on this, and he thinks Oops is the better deck. The good thing is like natural order off the top is like a kill again, like to bail us out. But another thing that's quite funny is we can actually hard cast the ley line pretty soon. The Lake of the Dead though means that they have like infinite mana. Sure. We should have had the game one. That was my fault. I don't think I will make that mistake ever again. I mean, they've got to have the combo. Like, why else would they do it right now in main phase? Oh, I guess it's sorcery speed. Jesus, that actually makes no sense what they just did now. Like, because the reason why it makes no sense is because they just gave us back this creature. Knowing my luck, we're gonna draw swords right now. That is not unreasonable. Hmm. It's not lethal, unfortunately, with hoof. But if I don't use it right now, no, it's not. Oh, man, I don't even have the grist. I sided it out. Jesus. I think we have no choice but to use it. It's just how what to do with it afterwards. It awkwardly also means the reclaimer can't even attack here, so it's like really bad value on the margin. I think this is a lost game, like regardless. I have no one to blame but myself. I actually don't. I think we're drawing dead, to be honest. What is going on? Oh, all right. I think I would feel favored game three for what it's worth, but it is what it is. Yeah, we probably should have won that match, but all right. This might be it for the night. They're on oops. Are we on the play? I guess we are. We're this is a known oops player, so I'm just gonna keep the crop rotation hand. Also, Mulligan to Ford tells you something too, and I'm not gonna tap out. Like it makes no sense to. We'll just wait for a second land. Jeez, did they run into a mind trap or what? What happened, Eli? I'd be curious. I'd be in Doomsday, but not on Moto 4. I don't think ever. Nice. Now we got the Shepherd backed by the card rotation backed by Shepherd, so they can't even pack. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. This is kind of unreal. Quite unfortunate, but it happens. Like, oh my God, we beat everything but Cabal Therapy there. Ugh. Not my league right at the moment. Mm-hmm. It really was. I thought we had the game after the we drew the land, but I forgot they had therapy in hand, and it's kind of crazy too because I wouldn't think they would. I guess we showed our hand once we what is it called? I guess we showed our hand once we left green up, but uh, I mean I'm not sure what else we could have done there. I think the wasteland is probably fine. This is again like all my fault because I would not be in this bracket right now if I did not block wrong with the visionary. I don't think that's a mistake I'm gonna make again in the future. I didn't. It didn't occur to me that they could reanimate my visionary to dig for exactly what they needed. I think they're like pseudo a thing. I think they try to pair you, Eli, but sometimes they can't. All right, this is pretty good. It's got like a million hate pieces and a fast clock. This matchup is not winnable without Leyland the Void, by the way, or Mindbreak Trap, because without them, you can only win game two. You can't really win game one or game three. We even had probably as good a hand as we could have game one, and we still lost. Leyland Sanctity? Okay. The good thing is, I get might go Savannah in this case. Just try to throw them off. We do have the turn two Archon, which is nice. Thank you for the follow, just this and that. Very appreciated. Yeah, I can see that. I think the real thing is, and this will just tilt graveyard players, but I think that the real thing you can do is what is it called? I don't think they can beat sorcery. Yep. The real thing for graveyard is you like one of each, right? One ley line, one surgical, one fairy, one Tormod's crib, and just have them guess. I've heard that tortures them. The good thing about these oops, good morning, just this and that. about these what is it called? Oops matches is very quick at least. Yeah, if you can afford to do it and the metagame is right, then it's pretty sweet. The good thing is we showed Leyline game two. They might keep a Voice of Vigor hand now. Oh, why? It happens every once in a while. I just got caught at the wrong time right now. Oh. Every once in a while that would happen. This is not my league, as you can see. They moved to five at least, for whatever that's worth. We're gonna toss the Thoughtseize. That's not doing anything. Yes, thank you. You like our best? Do you like? You need to. You have to do like you are investing. You need to reverse spot. That's pretty funny. Pretty true too. To be fair, we have a kill in 2 turns, so we just have to get to natural order. I don't know what they think we have. Maybe they think we have surgical or something, but this mind break trap looks pretty damn good if it resolves. Nice. They named the wrong one. Oh, why did we have to draw this? That is terrible. So what I said is somewhat true now. We still have a natural order turn the following turn, but it's not through Archon, it's through a natural hoof now if we can avoid drawing it. Alright, we got it. We just have to fade drawing the hoof. Nice. All right, we got it back. We should really be 3-1, but you know my punt this this match. I mean, granted, there's no guarantee we win game three, but I actually feel good about that matchup. Otherwise, I know, right? We actually in this league, Leyline has been insane. Like lands, reanimator, and then oops. And them seeing the Leyline game two was pretty funny. Uh, I forget what happened here, but yeah, leagues are noise, for sure. And this is coming from somebody who had the most trophies once in leagues. I also think leagues are noise. I think the practice is relevant, but whatever. I'm gonna check again what happened this match. Oh, I now I remember. They blind visionary us, which is kind of insane. Yeah, I can see how we lost from here if that's the case. Yeah. Did they hardcast Archon of Cruelty? I don't remember. Oh no, they had a ratchet bomb too, so it wouldn't even have mattered. Yeah. Oops. Last one of the night. Maybe we can end on good. We almost like brick this lead. We were on the verge of 1-3, but maybe we can salvage it. Twindom. I think they're on like some kind of tundra stuff. Youngling October, not really worth it. Huh. I don't know what that is, Romario. Care to elaborate? I mean, there's Oktoberfest here in LA, but is that specific to something? Oh, I got you. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I recognize this as some kind of Tundra player. Scalding Tarn tells me maybe they're on Jeskai instead of Bant. But you never know. We're gonna go for the value visionary here while playing back to basics. People like to back to basics me a lot. I don't know why. I think it's like get me, but it's not always good. It's a little bit better now that Ranger's only a one of. All right, so force. I didn't mention any names. I did not mention any names. Don't tell me they're running days. I hate it when it's annoying when the opponent has the natural ponder into terminus. Like if they brainstorm, okay, like that's fine. Like, but it's kind of tilting when they have the ponder into it or the portent into it. Our hand, not gonna lie, kind of awkward right now. You got to be kidding me. They've used two swords already. What are the chances they have a force? Probably high, but I think we go for the near kill here. I don't think they have another sword. I mean, if they do, that's pretty good, but hmm. I feel okay. If we visionary here, we can't cast a natural order. I feel like we make them have it. That'd be 17 damage, and that'd be pretty low. Let me see what they did on their turn. They cast Brainstorm, named Pithing Needle. So yeah, I think we make them have it. Like if they put Terminus on top, it's pretty bad for us anyways. So at least we're drawing out the force. All right, so this is pretty interesting. We can actually get Gris here, which is not bad. Snapcast is kind of annoying. It could be Force of Negation, but I feel like you make them have it, right? Like Visionary doesn't really. Well, let me cancel this. They already locked down the what's it called? They already locked down the Wirewood, so I think we run into the Force of Negation. If they have it, so be it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's merit to just getting Green Sun for what is it called? Ooh, thank you for the raid, Guma Noob. We're debating whether to actually let's Visionary. Oh, the absolute worst. The absolute worst. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate the raid, Guma Noob. I think now we're priced into getting a reclaimer. Might as well attack, I guess. If they had a two deep, that would have been insane to me. It like the that would take some big stones to put the Terminus two deep instead of one deep. Hmm. Thank you, Gumanu. I appreciate it very much. This is a pretty intricate match at the moment. I think I'm gonna continue to bash here and see what they do. The problem is we can't Reclaimer plus Natural Order the same turn. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that and see if they do anything. Wow, what could they have? Like, what are they playing around? I okay. So there's a backstory on that. You probably saw that on my Twitter, but my wife pointed this out to me a while back. But so I work for Boeing, and I know Boeing is associated with commercial airplanes and a couple different things, defense and aerospace. So I work for Boeing, but aerospace side, and I work. So the Starliner, which was delayed at the moment because they found an issue with the valves, was supposed to take flight not like last week. And I think many, many years ago when we were dating, my wife pointed out to me, "Oh, did you ever realize you're actually a rocket scientist?" And I thought about it because I typically think of myself as a double E electrical engineer. And I said, I guess not, but actually, she's not far off because I do work for NASA. And since then, it kind of stuck. So I just put that randomly in my Twitter profile that I'm a rocket scientist as well, which is actually accurately true too, for whatever it's worth. Not not in the traditional sense, but technically correct. Uh, Thank you for the follow, R Fuki. Or is that Fu? I don't know. I hope I pronounced it right. I'm debating whether to keep in swords or Thoughtseize against what looks like Jeskai. Uh, swords is not particularly great, I don't think, because they don't even have like Ur or anything. I feel like they're on Jeskai, but I could be wrong. Nonetheless, the crops need to come out. The pit is good. I'm not sure about that Gooma noob. It might be. Let's try the swords. I think they're okay. I think the rest is. Oh, we gotta take out the collector. Oops, that's bad. And maybe keep in the Birchlord. Actually, yeah, the Birchlord seems fine. I'm like tempted to keep it in the Cradle because this feels like a back to basic deck. Like, if I see that they do that, maybe I bring back in another Cradle just for extra speed. But who knows? I mean, SpaceX is nice. Not gonna lie, like they've done some really impressive stuff. I heard they work you like crazy though. I'll put it that way to be polite. From what I've heard, I'm not sure I want that kind of lifestyle. It's like bad life, EV. I know, right? You can't do the this is not rocket science joke with me, or you could. I don't mind really. Okay, so our hand got a lot better here. We're gonna find the Savannah. In general, I like to fetch the duel first against these non-wasteland decks, and then the second fetch is typically. I think the Cradle is just too powerful not to get. We'll run out the Wirewood. What was I gonna say? I'm trying to think what I don't mind. I don't mind most things, to be honest. I'm not gonna attack because of Containment Priest. Like I've learned the lesson the harder way. Like in general, against these Tundra decks, you cannot really what is it called? You cannot really afford. I'm gonna fetch a basic here because I do not want to randomly get back to basics. You cannot afford to attack into open man against these Tundra decks. I've learned this from multiple decks too, playing Elves, playing D&T, playing different decks. Yeah, sure. Uh, what the heck? Okay. I, I guess it's uncounterable. Yeah, it's good against Ragavan. I mean, that's I would assume that's why they're playing it. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Okay. Wow. This is like they must be looking to untap maybe with Teferi or sorry, not Teferi, Narset or something. If we hit a land here, we I think we just go for the K-mate. Oh my god, so close. Um, I feel like we bog here and then grist next turn. The alternative line is green. Well, they have one. Yeah, we either visionary. Actually, let's do that. I don't want to just like let them untap on an empty board. We could have waited a turn, but I just do not want them to untap on an empty board. What the heck? Wait, is that blind? Did they set that up? Oh, that's gotta be blind. Okay. Well, that's quite good. That's probably one of the scariest cards to be honest, for us because like we can win these longer games. We can't win if they have pressure, or it's a lot harder. This is the second time we've seen Torbert Orb tonight. I don't think it's very good, personally. That was quite unfortunate. No, I get why it's in the sideboard. I just don't think it's very. It's like very mediocre. I feel against elves. At G&T and Esperval, particularly, like Torpor is very good, and incidentally good against goblins. Although probably not as much, right, Eli? I would imagine. Um, I think we keep it the same way. I'm like okay with this boarding strategy. I think we just got a little unlucky. Our opponent naturally had the entry the angels. That like it would like they if they brainstormed like that would have felt better, but it's I mean it happens. Yeah, I can see that, Eli. That makes sense. I think this is a keep. This is a fast hand. Ideally, the second natural is a cradle, but you know can't have it all. So actually, let me do this. I'm gonna give Guma Noob mod access for the raid. Thank you for that. Just make sure that's correct. Yep. I'd like to joke before, especially. I give out mod access like candy. Okay, we got the best card in the deck. I know. I feel like there's like a million mod chats now. Like, it would be nice to end on a win tonight. Um, but our opponent has shown that they have some unexpected cards already. So I'll put it that way. So we'll see how it goes. If they have negation, they gotta force this. Wow. Okay. There's an argument to be made to get Shepard there, but I think I want value immediately. I mean, you don't have to do anything. I just giving it just because. Yeah, see, if they Sorcerer the Shepherd, it's just real bad. Like, you just want immediate value. It's actually why, from time to time, I actually think the correct number of Shepherd is 3 and not 4. But I know that's going to be controversial, and The upside of 4 is pretty high, where like I'm not gonna not play it for now at least, but I can see going back to 3 in the future. Like you don't really want it early, to be honest. Not shuffle. Okay, so hopefully we don't get blind terminus or blind entreat again, or not blind, but set up with ponder, I guess in this case, or they've seen it with ponder. Um, nice. That's actually really good. They've got to force that, right? Like if they have it. There's that torpor orb we talked about. Chooses not to shuffle. Interesting. We've been in this situation before. The correct play might be just to get the grist because yeah. The correct play might be to get the grist because if they have the terminus set up, that's kind of bad for us. Actually, let's attack with all first. All right, that's fine. I think given that, if they snap swords, how bad is that for us? Let me think. Probably pretty bad, but not the end of the world. They're hell bent. Yeah, I think we probably just do it now. Sure. All right. The fact that they did not. Wait. What? Did I leave that in? Oh, I didn't take it out. Yikes. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad of me. Oh, that's gonna cost me now. Yeah, it's kind of funny too. It's not the worst at the moment. Um, I think if they have, oh my god, this is the same decision. Like we can either get Gris here or we can get the progenitors. I think the upside is just too high. Make them have it. Supreme verdict. Oh, okay, that's actually really good for us. They have to bounce the arbor here. All right, I'm trying to think if there's any reason to play anything here. Probably not. Like, make them answer this, I guess. I don't think they play that anymore because of prismatic ending. But yeah, I mean, I think Chad will agree. Like, when in doubt, like, the upside of this is just too high. It's the second match we won tonight going for it. All right, we went 3-2 in this league, following a 4-1 in the previous one, but we probably punted too. And so I'm gonna go back to the league. We punted here. We blocked. We had killed the next turn against Mono Black Reanimator game one, and we blocked with a Visionary instead of Reclaimer, so they don't have lethal. They ended up reanimating the Visionary and drew exactly what they needed, so that they can reanimate Massacre Worm on the same turn. So we got super punished like I've probably never been punished before, but I'll never make that mistake again. Luckily, and good to make it in a league, I guess. But not too bad. We lost to Reanimator 3 times tonight, which is kind of insane. But this one might have been avoidable. This lands player knew how to play against us the second time around. We also drew a lot worse the second time around, so it is what it is. That's true, Eli. Yeah, opponent was on Sunny Shock, so they could have anything. I think so. I think especially this version that I play because I'll bring up the deck. I think the reason why this version especially has a good Delver matchup is because of the namesake card in the deck. Reclaimer is very difficult for them to kill. Like it's practically a Tormagoyf, and anybody who's played Delver Mirrors before knows how good Goyf used to be in the mirror. I don't know how about it now. I haven't played the Delver Mirror in a minute, but I would imagine it might be different now because of Murktide. But being a X4 or greater is very difficult for Delver to beat. Like it's Submerge or bust, right? Like, and even then, like if you don't fetch, you probably win anyways. Yes and no. In theory, yes, they can kill it. In practicality, probably not, because if you've untapped with Reclaimer, like Bog is up now. Like they're not going to be able to get Delirium anymore. And I don't have it at the moment, but Scavenging Ooze makes it very difficult as well. So an Unholy he can kill what I like to call an untapped, as in sorry, an Unholy he can kill a sick Reclaimer, but not really once it's untapped. Uh, what do you mean by Bog is because of them too? To be fair, I've played Bog in the main for like over a year already. Like it's almost like a year and a half. The reason why I play Bog main is because almost every deck besides the Chalice decks use the graveyard in some manner. DNT doesn't either, and I guess Goblins doesn't. But for the most part, it's pretty relevant. And when it's not, it tends not to be why you lose. Like you're losing because of something else. Yes. So Murktide shrinks Goya, so that's actually why green isn't as good. Not to mention the worst mana base. But yeah, it's very difficult for them to beat a Reclaimer. In general, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not 100% true, but if you untap against Delver with Reclaimer and you're not like super behind, the game is virtually over from that spot. If you play tight, the reason being is because getting a Reclaimer means that they can't really deal with it, and you can get a Cabal Pit to deal with their Delver if need be. The Bog deals with their Murktide if they haven't gotten yet, or deals with their DRCs, which are pretty bad actually, admittedly. If you have a Reclaimer, the reason being is because they're forced to Monkey, it depends. Like if you play a blue deck, it's pretty obnoxious. I'm not gonna lie. It's like has this Dreadhorde feel to it. But the reason why DRC lines up really poorly against Reclaimer is the same reason why Dreadhorde lined up really poorly against Reclaimer. Now, I'm not saying Dreadhorde's bad or anything, and I'm not saying DRC is bad. It's just that DRC has to attack, and when you have a bog at instant speed, what you can do is you can force them to attack, bog them in response, and then kill their 1/1 now, right? Like, and for the same reason, Dreadhorde tended to line up really poorly against Reclaimer because same thing, right? They attack, and they shouldn't, but they'll attack for the value. You bog them in response, and then you untap the Reclaimer and like kill the Dreadhorde, and same thing, or you kill the DRC. Uh, it's a little bit harder now because I only have one Ranger, but yeah, I think so too. Like, I think it's really good in this deck because the black source is sometimes relevant too. Like, I've in a pinch had to use the Bajuka Ball for the Cabal Pit activation, or for like before Abrupt Decay or casting Grist. So I do feel personally favored. Like, if I'm playing in any real thing seriously and like on a big event, right? Like, I do feel pretty favored. I played the LCQ. I went 4-1 in both of the two LCQs I played, and I beat some pretty good Delver players. I'm not gonna say who because I don't like to like put out names there, but I'll leave it this way. Like a lot of people consider the Delver player or Delver players that I beat in the LCQ like a top 10 Delver player in the world probably. Um, Not to mention, even in the historically speaking, I think Elves has been favored against Delver. Um, if Delver wanted to aim for Elves, what they could do is play the Whale. I think that card is insane against Elves. The problem is that card is not good in the mirror, or not as good as Murktide. So it gives and take, right? Like Murktide is good or better in the Delver mirrors, but worse against Elves. And Whale is better against Elves, but worse in the mirror. So like if they want to hedge against Elves, um, I basically lose if they untap with Whale. The same way I would lose if they untap with Dreadhorde. If I don't have a Reclaimer, for instance, before. Um, that is not necessarily true with the Murktide. I can typically take at least one hit and often two. Uh, and not to mention, the sideboard has been rebuilt to handle Murktide too, like with Swords of Plowshares. So you don't actually have to find it immediately. You can actually, if you find it within one turn, like after they attack the first time, you're probably still okay. And you have Green Sun, which can tutor for Grist to take down Murktide. Like Grist is just phenomenal. Like the fact that it can take down anywhere from a Murktide to a Ethersworn Canasis to even an Emrakul. I have it somewhere where I shot down an Emrakul, but this card is like nothing short of amazing. I think it Elves. Any questions beyond that? That's a good question though, but about the I get that question a lot, like why I feel favored, and the reason. I think the other version with Neto struggles a little bit more and might actually not even be favored anymore, but Reclaimer is big game in the matchup. It also undoes their mana now because Daze looks pretty awful when you have a live Cradle. Uh, the sideboard, as always, is like I can't dodge these combo players. Yeah, I agree. I think it's in the conversation for best creature in Legacy. I think there's an argument to be made. The two red one drops are up there too, DRC and Ragavan, but I think it's up there with those three as one of the three best creatures potentially in Legacy. Pre Modern Horizons, I had it and Earl as the two best creatures in Legacy, but Earl has not aged particularly well lately. And I'm not saying it's bad. It's just not. It doesn't line up as good with the current Legacy metagame because of how fast Delver is. There's endurance now. Reclaimer's always been a problem for Earl. Trying to think what else. Knight of the Reliquary also like potentially can get bogged and whatnot, but I think those might be the three best one drops in Legacy. If he's still watching Eli, I think Goblin Lackey is the top 10 creature probably in Legacy. Any other questions for this list? If not, let's see. Who would you guys want to see? There's Cedric. There's Big Magic Live. That's a Japanese. I think they play Legacy, so that might be interesting. Maybe I'll try to raid them. And shout out to Guma Noob. If you have a Twitter, I'll give you a shout out after the fact. Thanks for the raid and follow earlier. I think Big Magic Live usually does Legacy, so I'll go raid there. If there's no other questions, like this listed decent today. We had a pretty strange profile. We went 4-1. We went 4-1. Is name or what? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Gumanu. So we went 4-1 into 0-3 into 4-1 into 3-2 today. Oh, Archon of Valor's Reach. Yeah, I think this card is really good. Is that what you're asking? I typically the most common ones, in my opinion, uh, Instant is like super popular, and Artifact is super popular. Enchantment is rare unless you're playing against Enchantment. Planeswalker is also rare. It's typically instant or artifact in my experience, and the other ones have some fringe. But I've named sorcery. It just doesn't come up that often. Like it has to be a very specific board state. T, I don't like T because it doesn't beat Doomsday. That's number one, and that's like probably the hardest combo matchup for Elves at the moment. J.R. Hamilton actually pointed that out. The Predator handshake between Elves and D&T before, or earlier. Depends on the board state. I actually often name instant because they usually keep your board clean. And if you have a big board, then yeah, I'll name sorcery. But that aside, I typically name instant if like I'm okay with them potentially have a because they can't brainstorm tournaments, right? Like if I see that they brainstorm in response to this, then I may name sorcery. But for the most part, instant it tends to be right. I board it out in most cases though for progenitors. Uh, Against some combo decks, I will name sorcery, especially game one where they have no outs to it. Enchantment typically tends to be only Enchantress and maybe Allurin or Food Chain, but even against those decks, it's only the non-white version. If they have white, I definitely name instant still. Or it depends on the board state, but probably still instant. Post board, I probably just bring in progenitors if I see that they're on white because it's just not reliable. Planeswalker, I don't think I've like. I've named it like once or twice at most. I think. Like if I'm afraid of a Jace bounce or something. Okay, I think I'll go ahead and raid Big Magic Live for now. I think they usually have Legacy, so if they don't, I apologize. I would like to say thanks for everybody for tuning in tonight.